All right, so we are live over on the YouTube. Let's get some synthwave going. Oh, I did the power bill. I did that when I said I was doing it. So yeah, we did that part already. Yeah, let's do one quick extra thing. Because yeah, what I want to do in the quickest way is basically do the reading for when we get rated as well. So, yep. And I may want to have like a threshold of the minimum amount of raiders or something, just to prevent spam. Yeah, I like that. So, that means, let's just go do some quick state stuff. I'm gonna organize this a little better. All right, so this is should trigger raids state. And then the thing we want below that is going to be similar to this. Min raiders state. Yeah, we will be in just a second. We did that yesterday, but I want to do just one quick feature ad for super viewers so that when someone raids us, they get their name read out as well. And I believe we can hammer this out in like 30 minutes or so. Maybe not quite that fast, but pretty quick, I think. So first, let's get it into the UI. Sergeant Pepper, it didn't actually announce it. So try refreshing. And does it show you like the, hey, do you want to announce your resub? I would say check that out. Because we don't see it in our activity feed. So yeah, MTY, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Did a refresh not do it? Yeah, exactly, Graham. How dare you distract me? No, I appreciate it. This is part of the fun. Really? Oh, I'm sorry about that, Pepper. No, this is just React. There is absolutely zero need for static site rendering or server-side rendering of what we're doing right here. Yeah, I don't know, Graham. Yeah, it's been a while. All right, so should trigger bits. All right, we got those. They're not used yet. Then here where we got the triggers, basically want to do something like this. Oh, should trigger raids. Cool, cool. So we get those in there. They are default unchecked. We're not looking for that event yet. Oh, and we only need one of these, but yeah, we'll do this. Oh, did I miss it? Hold on. You mean that value? No. Are you saying like the capitalization? No. No, we're going to camel case it. We'd have an error if this wasn't done right. No. So min raiders is the amount of people, right? Should trigger raids is the event that we trigger. So a raid will have an amount of raiders that come through on the event. And we want to check that. No, that's fine. It's okay. All right, so this is raids. I think we only need one of these for now. Let's go look at the TMI docs. Channel is now being rated by another broadcaster. I think that's the only one we end up needing, right? Yeah. So that ends up being just channel, username, and viewers. Aha. Channel name being rated, username rating the channel. Okay, perfect. I was going to wonder what the difference between channel and that was. So this is going to be viewers, and this is going to be raided. right, so then if viewers is greater than or equal to min raters. So now we've got some state here that we need to check. So this would be should trigger raids, and this would be min raters. This is feeling pretty good. Ooh, one thing I actually want to do though. On rated, if that, I want to set a timeout for this and do it like, I don't know, maybe 10 seconds after they rated in. Right, give them time to like show up. And yeah, we can actually fix this initiate VAPI response, but I think that's outside the scope of the change we just wanted to do. Yeah, so let's just commit that real quick. Oh, wrong place. Let's double check and look at it. Yep, we just changed some of the order of things. Oh, hold on. My log statement is not accurate. Yeah, I'd say we're good. So here's the thing. Do we think that's it? I'm just going to YOLO it up, see what happens. We'll see, we'll see. So it needs to go push itself up real quick, and then we're gonna hop into our docs, but in the meantime, I can make a lemonade. Oh, yep, I didn't want to hit either right there. All right, so this is gonna be at render. What up, Awful Waffle? Hey, I just saw you over in Acorns. How you doing? I can't believe that was your first time chatting over there. Yep. I know, right? Yeah, that's all. Nothing wrong with it, just commenting. Not saying nothing, I'm just saying. All right, so let's go try this out. I need to refresh. Oh! Such a simple bug. No judgment. Okay, a little judgment. Just didn't stand out to me. Yeah, what's the quote? It's better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. And for the longest time, yeah, it's better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. I have falsely attributed that to Mark Twain, because I had a teacher tell me it was Mark Twain. It's actually Abraham Lincoln. Too many knuckleheads? Hey, I resemble that remark. RW, is that Ryan Winchester? Or is that Rob's? Oh, RW Grimm. I forgot about him too. Yeah. There's a lot more RWs out there than I remembered. Like a lot more. Well, shucks. No, it's all right. It's one of those things, you know. Oh, see, I don't think I've ever known his full name. Or, like, his real name. Oh, you're just, like, joking. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm surprised there aren't more Chris's here on Twitch. Because that's a very common thing. One of the companies I'm interviewing at, their current DevRel is also a Chris. Right? So it gets, like, really awkward. They started referring to them by their last name just so it was easier. Because I think they saw how, like, jarring it was when they said Chris, and I was like, wait, what did I do? Ooh, you're Chris 6? So you're a Chris as well? Okay. Yep, 4 Daves on a team. Wait, really? On one team? 3 Adams on one team? That's insane. That's crazy. Yeah, anyone here, like, consider themselves, like, a bit of, like, an old school snowboard friend, like, fan or whatever? You remember someone named, like, J2, right? J2 Rasmus or whatever? No worries if not, but yes, he was named J2 because he was the second Jason or whatever, right? Like, in Utah or whatever. Oh, you mean Jason Blank? No. I mean J2. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Technically, the nickname I got ended up having for ages, right? Oh yeah, there's other Chris's, but there's only one Little Chris. And then it got shortened to Little C. That was my nickname. Technically, for a while, I was also known as Cheese because I sat outside the circle while they were doing some hacky sack. And one of my friends was like, oh, the cheese stands alone. And then it was around the time Old School had come out, so people were like, cheese! Didn't we stuff you in a dumpster once? Yeah, I got out. Yeah, exactly. You're my boy, Blue! Yeah, no worries, Skydiver. Driver, sorry. Yeah, have a good night. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for lurking. Appreciate you. I think what we got is done and dusted, and I just enable raids with a minimum raiders of... Oh, shit. What? What? Yeah, copy and paste got me. Darn copy and paste. You go by Christopher professionally? You ever get people just calling you Topher? Oh, you do have a friend who goes by Topher? Yeah, yeah. For everyone who's unaware, Chris was the most common name for boys from something like 1981 or 2 until like 1990 something, with like a gap here and there for Michael instead. You want to know what my middle name is? I bet you can guess. So you should have said Shirley, right? And then I would have just done the, of course I'm serious, and don't call me Shirley. But, you know, not quite the same thing. All right, so I think what we got is good to go, right? Everything's set there. So the next raid we get should be good. Ooh, and now we're on to that code. All right, so let's shuffle things around. We're doing the Go stuff. Anyone here consider themselves an expert or good with Go? I am having just the weirdest, like, brain fart where I can't seem to get the scope of these things, right? Of, like, separate packages within one module, or separate modules within, like, a top-level module. I am messing that up massively right now. Yep, yeah, no worries. Yeah, this is specifically like a module system issue and trying to reference like multiple modules within like a scope. When everything was within the internal module, everything worked because that's how the import system works. But now that I have a top-level Vexilla package and then an internal package, that's where we're getting an issue there. Not quite the same thing there, Awful Waffle. Oh, really, Gator? It's like the primary language that Melky uses, and the primary language that Bash Bunny uses, and I think the Primogen's on a major Go kick right now. He's been a fan for a long time, but I think just as far as like the content he's making. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Go is good for all sorts of stuff. Oh, gotcha, 4-wheel. Yeah, makes sense. Getting close to done with your Rust Twitch chatbot? Oh, fun. Is there a library for that makes it easy? I think Raimu ended up making one at one point. Not sure if he open sourced it. Like, he did his own, like, IRC wiring and everything. Because he really enjoys reinventing wheels. And that's fine, right? Some people really do enjoy that. For me, I'd rather build something that accomplishes, like, a higher level goal rather than, like, build out the tools underneath. But sometimes you got to build the tools underneath, too. So my goal is to build applications. Less so than libraries. Right now, I know we're working on what is basically a library, but yeah. Jitmob, I'd prefer if you chat here in chat rather than over in PMs. I would say please shy away from, like, the self-promotion thing. Yeah, no, if you're just here to self-promote and, like, bug me via PM while I'm live, I'm not a fan, man. Chat with us like chat chats with us. Treat us like a human being. But yeah, if you're just here to promote the thing you're releasing, come on, man. Ain't nobody want that spam. I've been watching Community, actually. I remember watching a little bit of the first season when it first came out. But I never saw it all the way through. I never saw, like, the most iconic episodes. I think I've seen the paintball episode. I don't think I've seen the Dungeons and Dragons one. But yeah, really, really well done show. I think I wasn't a fan at first. I think it's mainly just Joel McHale. But the fact that he plays exactly what I'd expect Joel McHale to be like, that's a big part of it, I think. I think it wasn't until, like, Ted and, like, some other things he's done since that I, like, warmed up to Joel McHale. Yeah, the soup? Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, the soup is just, ugh. I do have a bit of an affinity, because he's from the Seattle area, and he used to be on a show called Almost Live. That was like a Seattle, like, Saturday Night Live kind of thing. I forget what day of the week or whatever. But he got his start on that, actually, which is interesting. Oh, yeah. Pretty much every single other person on that show nails it. Yeah, I live in Seattle, or, like, Redmond right now, but yeah. Yeah, when we first moved out to the area in, like, 1996 or whatever, Almost Live was, like, on TV still. I remember seeing, like, 1 or 2 episodes. They made jokes about Ballard that I still don't really get, but whatever. Good pho places? I haven't been to those. I'll have to try it. One of my favorite ramen places in the area, there's, like, 2 of them. One's over in Woodinville, and one's over in Bellevue. Like at Crossroads, right? So a Jinya. I don't know if you ever went to Jinya, like that ramen place. That one's great. It's a chain, so, you know, it's pretty consistent from place to place. The one that I really like over in Woodinville has the best shashu of any ramen place I've ever been at. Like, just so good. Their shashu is amazing. Right? They, like, sear it on the outside just right. Okay, only had ramen once you moved to New York City. Yeah, so I had the problem where I stayed in Koreatown, and I didn't find that good of, I didn't really find that good of ramen. I found, like, other stuff, but, like, yeah, I probably needed to go to, like, another part of New York City for, like, good ramen. I didn't find any in Koreatown. But, meh. I'm really happy with the location I chose, though, to stay at when I went to React Summit. It's like right there, a few blocks away from, like the touristy kind of spot. I'm forgetting the name, Broadway, etc. It was right there in Koreatown. It was a block away from a strip club. I'm really happy with the location I picked. So yeah, that was awesome. Yeah, if I'm going traveling, especially traveling from the West Coast to the East Coast, 5 a.m. is 2 a.m. for me. So yeah, I partied hard. Did I do karaoke? I didn't. I should have, though. That would have been kind of fun. I don't typically do karaoke, because I can never remember a song that I feel like I can sing. Right? Like, to think of a song in the moment, I need to have, like, a set of go-tos. And I do have some, but they're, like, sadder songs, right? Like No Excuses by Alice in Chains. I can sing it well, but it really brings the vibe down. I had my first Korean barbecue in New York. It was spendy, but it was recommended to me by Atoda from the Alt F4 stream, and it was really good. Yeah, first time having Korean barbecue. It was awesome. I know. I need to, like, say it. I've done it before, Awful Waffle, and it worked. It was fine. Oh, that sounds amazing, Space Case. And you're saying that's at Black Bear Diner in Washington. Where in Washington is that? Yeah, the vibe can totally change. Like, downtown Seattle? All right, yeah, I've never been there. I've been to the 5 Points. That's like a famous, like, breakfast spot, mainly because they're open 24 hours. There's a couple other, like good breakfast spots. Do you remember what part of Seattle, I guess? I'm gonna guess Capitol Hill. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could Google it, too. Sorry, yeah, no worries, no stress. Only changing the vibe doesn't seem that bad. Yeah, for sure. Oh, and Squim. Oh, that's way out there. Yeah, that's... Dude, I know I've been to Squim. I don't remember where it is, though. I'm going to have to look at it on a map. It's, like, out there. It's, like, way out there. That's over on the peninsula. That's it. That's right. Okay, yep. Yeah, so that's, like, way out there. I know, right, Jonas Larry? Yeah, I know I've been out to Squim before, but it's pretty rare for me. I typically don't even like getting on the ferries, because they're a pain. So I'll even, like, do the drive around, just cause. Like, I'll just hook around, like, down this way. Like, through Tacoma, etc. I think I went through Olympia, because the place that I remember going to most recently was, like, down over in, like, one of these areas somewhere. Yeah, it's a couple hour drive. Yeah, Redmond is like right here. Oh wait, no, not right there. Where is it? There it is, Redmond. So yeah, right there, top of that river. So I'm right there. Squim's way over here. Oh, really? I think I totally forgot that he was in the area. I totally forgot that. Which makes it even crazier that he starts his stream so early. That makes it, like, way crazier. Yeah, Acorn lives relatively in the area. I'm not sure how much she doxes it, so I don't want to say too much. But, yeah, Acorn lives somewhat in the area. Adam Learns Live lives somewhat in the area. Again, I don't want to dox it. Fairies from Victoria. I've never been to Victoria. They do the fairy map, typically. It looks to me like the fairy map for Victoria is actually from Anacortes over here. Yeah. Yeah, so no, the Victoria fairy is up here, like, way farther north. I know, yeah, Pacific Northwest is actually huge. Melky lives in Seattle. I'm pretty sure he's said that publicly plenty of times. Bash Bunny is up in the Vancouver area. Yeah, it's a really good area, man. It's super cool. Yep. And again, I'm being as, like, vague as possible. I don't want to actually dox, like, specifically where, right? But she's been to, you know, meetups in Vancouver, so, like, she's got to be near there, right? Yeah, it's actually why the Seattle, like, Soba meetup is actually kind of fun, because there's just a lot of streamers in the area. Last time I went to Seattle, like, Soba is like the Seattle Online Broadcaster Association, or... hold on, it's not Seattle. Is it? Soba, Seattle? I think it is. Seattle Online Broadcasters Association. Yeah. It's basically a Twitch meetup. But, yeah, it's pretty good. Last time I went to it, it was at the beginning of PAX. And that night, I got to hang out with some people that did some of the sound effects for Starfield. I got to hang out with the dude who did the soundtrack for the new Mortal Kombat game. Like, super cool, man. Like, it's just such, like, a small area, you know? Yeah, I really like it. It's just such, like, a small world. It's pretty cool. Dom Palambi, right? Who does, like, jazz interpretations of, like, video game songs with his band is really awesome, right? I forget the name of his band. But, yeah, Dom Palambi. Awesome. Like, really cool dude. I met him that night, too, right? Like, yeah, I love this stuff. Yeah, so there is something to that, though, Space Case, where, like, yeah, people are extremely, like, polite and nice, but if you actually want to, like, make friends, it becomes hard, right? So people will be polite and awesome and, you know, like, they don't want to change up their life in any way, though, right? So it's basically a thing they call the Seattle Freeze, where it's fine to, like, chat and hang out with people, like, at events, but you're rarely going to make plans with someone outside of that. Yeah, it's interesting. So I don't know Minneapolis or Chicago. When I was in New York, people were chill. Yeah, I didn't really run into, like, any major issues I would be bummed on when I was in New York. I wandered home from various places at, like, 4 to 5 a.m. And when I say home, the hotel, totally fine, right? Never felt worried for my life or anything, you know? It is super expensive though. Yeah. Super expensive. All right, so in Minneapolis, you were smoking a cigarette and tried talking to a few random people, and they looked at you like they were angry and asked when you asked how they were doing. 400 square feet. Yeah, I think I'm at like 1,100 in my apartment here. And I kind of need that much space just for all like the junk I collect. I need a room for like streaming from. So it's technically a 1-bedroom with like a side room, because I think the other room is smaller than they can consider legally as a bedroom. But it's technically a 2-bedroom. My bed isn't in either of them. I use this as my studio, which is the larger room, and the other small room is my storage, where I have like comic books and sports cards and blah, 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 right? Like a bunch of stuff. And then out in my living room is where my bed is. It works. I'm not bringing guests over, so it's fine. No, I'll never do a housewarming. Are you kidding me? Ugh. People in my home? I don't like it. Like where I live? Nah. No. Yeah, exactly. People in my home? No. Not gonna happen. So yeah, that is a pretty like Pacific Northwest mentality, I'm pretty sure. All right, let's actually get to some code. I'm loving this chat. Like, it's a Friday. We're in no rush. We're getting stuff done. Stay focused or we'll invite some people over. Yeah, Bedtime Bear, you still out there? That's why I pushed back majorly when you were like, hey, housewarming party, right? No. Nope. Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna chime in over on someone's stream. All right, anyway. Implemented your first A/B test on your website. Nice. Yeah, feature flags are basically the building block to A/B testing. So yeah, perfect. Yeah, good call. All right, let's keep going. Let's keep working on what we're doing. So, man, yeah, I really need someone who truly understands the module system in Go, because that's really what I'm messing up right now. I need to figure out how to expose this internal module over to this Vexilla module and call that good. And what I'm wondering is maybe I need to just move client and client test to the top level. But that gets a little weird. The reason we want these as separate things. So I'm trying to like show you over here on the side. We basically got package, and inside of package there's internal and Vexilla, and you know, those are nested within like the main folder. And hey, John is Larry.
Thanks for the support.
There we go.
John Larry is a master of duality. By day, they're John, blending into the crowd, but when trouble arises, they transform into Larry, their superhero alter ego. Their power lies in their ability to be in two places at once, a result of a mysterious cosmic event that split their being into parallel existences. They use this unique ability to fight crime and outwit villains, always one step ahead because, in a way, they're their own sidekick. The tale of John Larry is one of embracing one's multifaceted nature to protect those in need.
Hell yeah. Dude, that's awesome. Yep. That's some really solid AI right there. It's not even like necessarily text to speech. It's we are just passing your name to the bot. The bot then calls out to, I think, ChatGPT 4. And then from there, it takes what the ChatGPT 4 is and does text to speech, right? But it's like gluing together a whole bunch of things. So yeah, I just want to shout it out. I think it's pretty nifty. So vappy.ai. You can even toy with it and like chat with it using your microphone if you want. But yeah, in their docs, they have like a really good example of like how it works and why it's doing what it does and blah, blah, blah. So my favorite part is that they really shout out, or they did, yeah, right? Think of it as voice AI infrastructure that has already done the work of stitching together a pipeline for text-to-speech, speech-to-text, and natural language. We connect with providers on your behalf and support, maintain, and optimize everything so you don't have to. And yeah, if you want to do it, the bot I have is fully like open. You're going to go sign up for Vappy yourself, and you're going to set up your own assistant for it. And we even give you some examples of how to do the assistant part, right? Like some example prompts, but you could set up your own prompt if you want. Right? Another fun one might be like, imagine the viewer as a sports superstar, right? Like, guess what sport they play and what recent awards they've won, right? Something like that. So go for it. Yes, totally set it up. It does cost money. It's like somewhere on the order of like 10 cents per like notification or per like, you know, reading, depending on how you limit things, etc. But you can decide to do it based on bits, subscriptions, gifted subs, or raids. So yeah, totally up to you to decide which one kicks in so that you're not spending money on something that doesn't make you money. But yeah, right? You could wire all this stuff up yourself. You could wire up to Deepgram and some other APIs. But being able to select the voices, like nice and easy, is really good. Yeah. There's definitely some stuff I want to report back to them for just like better usage, right? Like things that I think would make it easier. But yeah. And yeah, the bot that I've got wired up is basically just TMI.js and wiring up to this. So yeah, have fun. And it totally supports, like, if multiple people were to subscribe or even a bunch of gift subs were to be done, there's like a queue and all that stuff. So yeah, give it a shot. Let me know what you think. Yeah, have a good one. Thank you for the sub. So yeah, anyway, had a blast implementing that. Thought it was fun. I'd love to chat with them, right? Because I basically made this tool as like a take-home. Yeah, I'd love to chat with them further about like what they would expect, etc. So I'm talking to like 3 companies right now, ish, like for DevRel, and yeah. I want to work on all of them, you know? So yeah, that's like the tricky part. That is the tricky part. All right, so this is basically what we're looking at. I only want this as the top level API in our API documentation. If we didn't do the separation of these packages, then we'd get all of the like internal stuff in there too, which is kind of the problem. So we're trying to make sure that we only have to expose the client and everything else is fine. So yeah, that's why we refactored some of this junk. I'm pretty sure this is going to fail and it's just going to remove this. We're getting some slow stuff going, but whatever. Yeah, see, it just removes it. So that doesn't even help us. I really feel like workspaces are not the right approach here. Because we looked at some other stuff, right? Other libraries and tools that are written in Go, and they are not using workspaces at all. Mainly because I think Go workspaces are newer. So if you're on like an, you know, if you've been building a project with Go for like multiple years, you might not have been started with workspaces because it didn't exist yet. And because of that, they had to like make the module system work for them in a different way. We saw a pattern in Bubble Tea by Charm Bracelet where they're doing like a replace inside of their Go mod file, which we don't have anywhere. Yeah. right? So it seems to me like that should just work. We're exposing the module as vexilla.dev/internal. We might refactor it back to GitHub URLs or whatever. That shouldn't be our problem. That should be totally okay. I've heard people say that it's totally possible to do relative pathing in your import statement. I've never seen that in Go, but I believe them, you know? Oh, that's fine, Space Case. Yeah, no, this is very much specifically a Go thing. Could I ask ChatGPT? Probably. I learn way less from that process, though. So you usually do the full GitHub URL, but you haven't made shareable libraries. Yeah, that makes sense. So here you even see, like, I've done that too. And this doesn't resolve either. Just could not import. Now I might need to just go grab this and set the module over here as that name, right? But this still doesn't actually do anything, right? It says imported, but not used. Which is just wrong because it is used. Ah, hold on, wait. I think that's it. Instead of package internal. Ooh, but we can't do that. Right. That's probably what I'm messing up. And yeah, how you doing, Zombie? It's been a while. Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, no worries. We can't do package like that. Nope. Yeah, so package doesn't work that way. Which is also kind of why I'm less sure of, right? Shouldn't we be able to just do that? But the answer is no. So environment and base environment from types here. That is package internal. Hacker, thank you for the follow. Ooh, internal dot? I am not. I know, right, Sealtoad? Here's the thing. Importing internal should still resolve that. If I wanted to treat this as a named resolution, it'd be something like internal, right? And then it would be internal dot. But that doesn't do it for us. Okay, so that was actually part of it? Okay. I really don't need it on the import? Really? Oh. Okay. Yeah, use of internal package not allowed. Right, okay. Really? All right. So they have to be within the same package then, huh? That's weird because... No, I definitely don't want to expose unmarshal.json. It's not part of the top-level API anybody would use. This is only something I consume internally. Right? It's definitely consumed in my client, for sure, but as far as a consumer outside of it, as far as an SDK goes, no, I don't want them to get anything in here. The only thing they should have access to is client. Now, maybe what you're getting at is I need to take the logic that's in here. Like, maybe I need to move unmarshal JSON? Does that need to be inside the internal package? So we definitely need to unmarshal the environment in this way, right? How does it get used? It's down in, right? So let's just say we're doing not get manifest. It's get flags. The environment is a portion of the group. So it's pretty much this part. Yeah, okay. So then this would be package internal. We need to do that import we had for encoding JSON. So no errors in there now. And then I would prefix everything with internal dot. Okay. But then it's still yelling at me here about use of internal package not allowed. Do I need to rename it? Instead of internal, just make it common or something? Like, is internal kind of like a protected keyword for packages? Yeah, that one's weird to me. Man, this is gonna have so much internal dot sprinkled around. It actually gets pretty gross. What's up, Sir Electrode? How you doing? Oh, I do all sorts of stuff. I am less familiar with the complexities of the module system, though, and that's what we're dealing with right now. You want to know the saddest thing? This would have been easier with like the original workspace implementation. But I hated workspaces. Or like the Go workspace. Use of internal package not allowed. Oh, and it's searched for enough that it seems maybe kind of common. Oh! Oh! Okay. All right. Okay, that makes more sense. I'm not even sure we need that Go mod file. Now Go work. I don't think we need either. Oh, nope, we did. No, so we still needed that. Ooh, they end up hating this one again. Okay. All right, so we can't do that. All right. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not specifically familiar with Java packages that much. Hold on. Let me reply. Cool. All right, cool. Sorry, had to reply. Is client.go still in the Vexilla folder? No. It is now outside in the top level PKG folder. Would it make more sense to have a Vexilla folder in there? Right, so I could put it in Vexilla under package, but then it still doesn't have access to internal because internal needs to be nested one level below Vexilla. So I would have to put internal inside of that Vexilla folder too then, right? That's really what they were telling us over in here. Now, I could just rename it. $40K kill team? What does that mean? Is that just for like some top level stuff? No, so I think you're missing that. No, you're totally missing that. So if I do package foo baz, that would work, right? But they need to share like the top level. I don't think package would work. I think we need to get internal nested within Vexilla at that point, because it wouldn't be importable by package or package bar. So if they're at the same level in the folder structure, that's where we run into the problem. Whereas instead, these would work. So internal would need to be nested within Vexilla, I guess. But here's the thing, I don't want client to be internal. Oh no, I think I see what you're saying. I mean, we'll try it, sure. You're right. Yeah, I might have been misreading that. That gives us all sorts of issues. We would need to add this. Oh, hold on. It would just be dot. I did. Yeah, I'm manually creating those. Is that really a problem, though? They're so simple. Oh, and I see what you're saying, Waffle. Gotcha. So the kill team is smaller. Hold on. Wait, are you a... before you go, sorry, Awful Waffle. Are you, like, you're a 40k fan. Have you checked out Rogue Trader? It's kind of fun. It's a little buggy, but it's kind of fun. It's by the people that made Pathfinder, right? Not like the tabletop game, but the RPG, right? Like the video game. So yeah, if you ended up leaving, no worries, Awful Waffle, for sure. But yeah, check out Rogue Trader. I really like it. Yep. Yeah, no worries. Yep. So yeah, have a good one. Thanks for chatting. GitHub.com Vexilla/Vexilla. Ooh, so hold on. Yeah, I think we changed this up. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah, we've been fiddling with like the name of our module too much, I think. Ah, that was it. So what I ended up reading at one point is that you do need a second Go mod file inside the internal folder to keep those internals from being exposed. That was one of the things we had read about, like how to limit what gets exposed publicly when you generate your docs, right? Using GoDoc or whatever. But I think we got there. I think you're good. So internal is already a special module name. Yeah, but I don't think it actually separated things outright. Oh, and hold on. This might be an issue. I might not need this file. I think you're right there. Okay, there we go. So yeah, we didn't need it in Vexilla. I think we did need it in internal, though. And then now we just need to do the internal dot. We had tried it without workspaces too, but it just wasn't working for us. Yeah, I know Go.work is for workspaces, for sure. One second, sorry. And Zombie, hold on. Am I remembering this right? Didn't you used to be staff Or am I mixing up your name? And sorry if it's a sore subject. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and yeah, sorry if it's, striking a nerve. No worries. Yeah, you work somewhere else now. It's chill? Perfect. Okay, cool. Were you part of, like, the same thing that Userin was a part of? Like that round of layoffs? Or was it totally voluntary? If you're willing to say, no worries if not. I'm not trying to delve too deep. I'm just thinking out loud. Yeah, like 50%. I believe that was the same round that Userin was laid off during as well. Yeah, that's a bummer. I'm sorry, man. Yeah. But I'm glad you're at somewhere else and it's chill and hell yeah. Yep, no worries. It's good to know they don't like repossess your handle or something. Oh, that animation. I don't remember, Owen. Yeah, so you mean like this thing? Oh, yeah, I think I made my own wrapper. Let me double check that for you. Are you trying to use it in React or are you trying to do it a different way? Yeah, let me find it real quick for you. I might have just wrapped it. Yeah, let me go look at the source code for these. So 2 years ago, also 2 years ago. Oh, we built that one on Nuxt, and yes, this one's next. I mean, it renders to a canvas element, but hold on, let me just look at my components. Pipes animation. So I ended up wrapping it myself. So if you wanted to use it in React, it would be a bit separate. You're more than welcome to copy if you want to use this exact animation, right? You can copy and paste it, no problem. But I don't remember the original library. Maybe check out Vanta? Yeah, sorry, I just don't remember. Maybe... Maybe check with Time Enjoyed. She might remember. And really, there's some like other libraries to check out too. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna remember what it is. Yeah, I'd say check out Vanta. This is probably like closest to what you're looking for. Right, and this has even more stuff. So it's not the one that I made, but, you know. We got the birds, we can do fog, we can do waves. So yeah, I'd say check out Vanta. It probably has something that you can just modify out of the box. One big thing to remember, though, is these things suck in Firefox. These things suck in Firefox. Even Ready or Not blows it in Firefox. Look at how slow that goes. Yeah, it's really just not so cool, right? You got to find like implementations that actually work elsewhere. This one blows it in Firefox. Wonder if any of their other ones are good. It's not bad, but it's not the same, you know? So it's just like a way lower frame rate. Now, maybe it's only a Firefox for Mac thing, but yeah, no, it's like a way lower frame rate. You'll actually find that most websites kind of have that same problem. They just don't check Firefox. Yeah, exactly. Yep. But if we go to Ready or Not, you know, like we get the same issue. Takes way longer to start. So yeah, it's just a way lower tick rate. Super annoying. Here's one more thing I want to say, Owen. Right? Your portfolio doesn't need anything fancy like that. Nah, man. You would be better off trying to build a mini application instead. I mean, supporting Firefox is easy. Working just as well becomes a bit trickier. And it basically means, like, just don't go for so many bells and whistles. Bells and whistles and ricketa-racketa. Yes, that is a Death to Smoochie reference. You didn't expect to hear a Death to Smoochie reference naturally in any conversation ever in your life, did you?
Hey, yo, Smoochie! I'm spinning.
I really like that movie. Everyone should see Death to Smoochie at least once. It is incredibly dark. You will never look at Robin Williams the same again. But totally worth it. All right, so back to what we're doing. Death to Smoochie. Yep. It's a really, really good dark comedy about the shady underworld of kids' television show hosts. Robin Williams plays a disgraced host named Rainbow Randolph. Smoochie is Edward Norton's basically Barney. It's really good. I'd recommend it. Yeah, check it out. Check out like the synopsis and everything. It's a dark comedy. It's like along the lines of Cable Guy. So if she liked Cable Guy, she'll like Death to Smoochie, in my opinion. Wait, hold on. Ooh, 1.4K followers, pretty cool. Yeah, I'll throw that out there anyway. I'm wondering how many followers I'm sitting at on the GitHub. 1.3? All right, we're getting there. But yeah, Space Case, I pretty much exclusively watch comedies. Even if it's like a serious film, it needs some type of like comedy element. At least like a couple jokes, right? Like Moneyball. There's some good fun parts to laugh at. All right, so back to what we're doing. Yeah, at this point now I just need to do that name spacing, right? So internal dot for everything. You watch anything, mostly anime and action movies? Yeah, makes sense. I'm less on the anime kick. Is there an easier way of name spacing these things rather than having to prefix them with internal? I think that's the part that I'm curious about. Right? Rather than having to paste just internal dot 1,000 times. I feel like there's got to be a better way. There it is. All right, that's way easier. Way better. Woo! Oh. Can I just ignore it? All right, so anyone here who does go on a regular basis, how do you feel about this? Is this something you'd ignore? Because I feel like internal dot all over the place is way grosser than the dot import syntax. Nope, that ain't it. Oh, wait. Oh, that would be it. No space. Nope, never mind. Ah, no worries, Bob. Yeah, I'll see you again soon, right? Yeah, they don't seem to like the Golang CI thing. Oh, that's because it's Golang CI lint. I would say don't worry about the clout of whatever job you have. Worry about like whether it's a job you'd want to be at for like a year or more, right? 2 years ideally. So I would say during your interviews, chat with your managers, etc. It's your dream job? Oh, dude, who cares about the clout? Yeah, I would say just make sure that you're not getting onto like a toxic team that, like, you know, burns developers out really quick. I mean, you can always keep working on your startup on your own time on a separate PC. White room that shit. Make sure you get it inside of like a clause of like they can't claim ownership over pre-existing stuff, right? So it's going to come down to the paperwork you end up signing. But absolutely make sure you are white rooming them. Make sure they are completely separate machines, etc. There's no possible way that they could claim ownership over your side project. I am currently funemployed. I'm trying to get a job doing DevRel for a company. If I can really make it work, I could do like part-time DevRel for a company and then like, you know, contract DevRel for some others. I'd be down with that. I just need at least one of them to give me health insurance. Even if it only lasts for 6 months. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I just blew it and didn't renew my health insurance when I left my previous job within like the 30 days they give you. I know, I blew it, I messed up, but now I need a company to like supplement that because I'm not even able to buy health insurance until November. I'm not even able to buy dental insurance, and I got some teeth stuff I got to get worked on, you know? I mean, it's not so bad. I've had it before. It's basically like $350 a month. Now, if you have a family, it's incredibly expensive. But if you're just a single dude, like, yeah, nah. That's pretty fine. Yeah, is that just a Washington thing? I thought it was like a national thing, but yeah, you're probably right. You've got a family and it's like $1,100 a month. Yeah, that is spendy. That is tough. So Cobra is basically just a way of maintaining your pre-existing insurance. I would have rather like left the insurance I had, which was through like Aetna or whatever, and I'd rather go back to like Kaiser, just because there's like a Kaiser real close. But yeah, I didn't renew in the time it would take. You basically, after you've had a job that gave you insurance and you lose that job, you have 30 days to apply through Washington's like portal or whatever. And that counts as like the extenuating circumstances. Yeah, Cobra is mainly if you want to maintain the same insurance plan, which is just slightly different. And I could have done that too, but I blew it, you know. Yeah, I thought that was a national thing for sure. That was one of the concessions they made to health insurance companies because they wanted to subsidize people that can't afford it, right? But they also didn't want people taking advantage of it. Right? Like, oh man, I know I have a medical issue coming up. I'll just pay for some insurance now rather than like being opted in the whole year. So yeah, that was some like lobbying and BS to get that like edge case. Health insurance companies, man. They're the worst. They're the reason we don't have good health insurance. Self-employed with an S-Corp? Okay. I'm curious how that works, right? Do you have employees, or is it basically, like, just you? And if it's basically just you gotta be careful about that one, because they'd be able to pierce that corporate veil pretty easily. Right? If there's any, like, lawyer liability stuff. You're basically operating as a sole proprietorship at this point, whether you have the corp or not. No, I get that, but you have other employees. If you're the only employee, yeah, any good lawyer is going to pierce that corporate veil, depending on where you're incorporated. Same thing happens for LLCs, etc. If you're a single person LLC, even if you're an employee of that LLC, if you're the only one, yeah, no, any good lawyer can pierce that corporate veil and hold you personally liable. Now, maybe it helps with, like, tax time at least. But as far as, like, liability is concerned. Yeah, so, hold on. Piercing the corporate veil. It's like a legal term. Yeah, so owners of a corporation losing limited liability that having a corporation provides them. So many good lawyers can pierce that corporate veil. Right? Because they, like, it depends on where you're incorporated, etc. Like, a whole bunch of that junk. Yeah, so, I mean, that would at least give you a little more power there. I think another part would be, like, how is your funding done as well? Right, even though you're paying into the insurance, you wouldn't be able to get unemployment if you laid yourself off, right? Because, I mean, I could imagine a lot of people taking advantage of that. So it's contracting company to company, and that's how you get paid, right? So you're not doing, like, cash injections yourself. So you are more protected than other people who are doing, like, startups, at least. Yeah. So you are actually safer than someone operating an LLC that is trying to do, like, a startup thing, right? So, yeah, you're probably better off. And again, if a lawyer has really, like, assured you that you're safe, I'd actually trust that, for sure. Yeah, sounds way better. The fact that you're paying unemployment, the fact that you're not doing cash injections yourself, that's going to be pretty huge. So yeah, S-Corp for tax reasons is a good thing, but as far as liability is concerned, that's like a separate concern, you know? Ooh, damn, there you go. All right. Yeah, that's another good point. Yeah, the insurance part of it. Yeah, all right. So you've done your work. You've done your homework. You know what you're doing. Yeah, I was thinking more from just like a pure like startup position. Right, like my business, Whirligig Labs LLC. Yeah, someone would pierce that corporate veil real quick, real easy. Until I have employees, you know? All right, so we're making some major progress on this. I think we're pretty much ready. I want to try and run Godoc and see what they give us out of this next. I think we might be done. And yeah, Zombie and everyone that helped me like really like dial in the namespacing and module stuff. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so what they point out with the whole like dot in front of things, I think matters most when you're consuming other people's things. Whereas instead, if it's internal to my project, I am totally fine with it. I really think their linter should recognize whether this thing is internal or not. But it really does clean up, like having to do internal.groupID, internal.environmentID, like so gross. So I'm pretty happy with this. All right, so this is actually looking pretty good. Let's try and do this real quick. Oh, actually wanted to delete that. Head back to here, get standard library hidden. Go package Vexilla, and that's all we see. Perfect. Yeah, I think we might be good. Now we just need to start annotating each one of these things with like the comments that we want for it. But I need to go use the restroom real quick. And man, yeah, Zombie Chow, if you're out there, thank you so much, man. That was a huge help. Just helping me understand and rationalize through things. That was huge. So appreciate you. No worries. Yeah, I appreciate it, Space Case. I'll see you again soon. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And yeah, I'll see some y'all in just a sec. And I'll see Space Case maybe tomorrow. Okay. So yeah. Next steps. We've got all that done. We got it generated. I'm gonna say we're good to go. I don't think we need that Golang CI file. While we're doing this, makedir, or no, is it makedir? It is makedir. Right, so similar to how we ended up doing, and hold on, let me bring Vexilla to the forefront here. Yeah, this isn't gonna work for how we're like linting things. Actually, that file's deleted. Let's close almost everything. We've got an extensions.json file that I wanna go put inside of client go.vs code. But different extensions. So yeah, part of like making this easier to work on for contributors is making sure we at least have recommendations for the extensions that should be installed. So let's go look through our list and double check. so golang.go. That's one of them. Do we see any other Go-specific extensions? I don't think so. Nope. I know we have like a TOML extension, don't we? Even better TOML. Realistically, I want to update the other extensions one too with that same reference. Yeah, so none of that's going to resolve as the editor is concerned, but ooh, hold on. We're not done yet, though. Nah, because, like, we still need to, like, actually annotate our methods that a user would consume. So we'll close the Elixir down. Let's do it over in the other editor. Hey, Toxic. I see you over there. You're in the same stream I'm lurking, man. It's a good stream. All right, so we need to start documenting things. They describe how to document things somewhere. We don't care about the multi-module stuff. Don't care about that part. I probably ended up closing the part we care about. Yeah, that part's fine. So Godoc usage examples. Documenting Go code. Here we go. They've got a better article. Here we go. Godoc comments. What's up there, 8? Is that the song that people sing at, like, New Year's? All acquaintance be forgot, da 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 da. Like that song, right? And yes, I was singing badly on purpose. Okay. Gotcha. That makes more sense. And I might have had the lyrics way wrong, too. Like, yeah, totally. I don't know, man. But yeah, how you doing, Nate? What you up to? Damn, Acorn's getting all sorts of raids today. It is kind of funny how, like, the people that stream basically every day. Oh, there you go. The people that stream basically every day, it's like, it's very common that they're just like the common. I know I'm being a bit redundant, but it often happens that one person gets like all the raids. It happens. I mean, couldn't expect, or couldn't find a better person to raid to get all the raids today, which is kind of funny. But yeah, like when it rains, it pours kind of style. If you get one big raid, you're going to get a bunch more big raids. It's just, there's something weird about it. Right? Like last Friday, we got a Coding Garden raid, and then we got a Bash Bunny raid. Like, you know. There's something in like the collective consciousness that makes people raid people that have already been raided a bunch. And again, like, I have been the target of the many big streams raiding me pattern as well, so I couldn't complain about it because I'd be a hypocrite. I'm just noticing a pattern where it seems like sometimes you get all the raids. Just is what it is. Oh, I've done that to so many people. Yeah. I did that to Acorn somewhat recently. And it was after we had gotten a big raid from someone else, too. I'm trying to remember what day that was specifically. It might have even been last Friday. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely happened to me yesterday. Tej raided me like right as I was like ready to end, but luckily my like, you know, my gaming crew for Baldur's Gate 3 was like, yeah, I'm gonna be a little bit late, and they were like a half hour or so late, so I got to still like entertain people. I think that has more to do with just the fact that, like, you know, if you stream at a certain time of day, you tend to end stream at, like, the same time as other streamers in your same, like, time frame. But yeah, like, the meta of just, like, streaming and raids and all that stuff is interesting to me. Like, really cool. All right, let me double check. Let me look at some things. I just got some invitations. Bam. All right, so Tuesday we might go a bit late with an interview, so I'll start at like 1:30 instead of like 1. That one on Tuesday is super quick. That one's chill. That one on Thursday is 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That's a bit longer. But I think it works. Oh, I should have opened up Wednesday to be like a long one. Yeah. I messed up giving them a thing. Someone will make a chart of it at some point, like the raid timing and all that stuff. Yeah, technically Twitch is building out like a new like raid tool to help you find someone to raid that maybe like you can filter by, have they raided me before? Do they follow me? Are they in the same category? Blah, 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 right? So basically, I have a tool called Ready or Not that Twitch is basically making their own version of, and it kills Ready or Not, and that's fine, because I'm not trying to monetize that at all. Nope, no thanks. So yeah, if I could just no longer need to run Ready or Not because Twitch is offering a better tool, that sounds great. I'm into it. Good job, Twitch. Good job, Twitch. Who here knows the reference I'm making in this title right here? If I sing it poorly, you'll totally get it like immediately, depending on your age. I'll give it like 30 seconds to see if anyone wants to guess. Damn right, 8. Yeah, Ready or Not, here we come. We're gonna find you a raid. Yeah, exactly. You can't hide. Damn right, sure knows. 8 knows. Damn right. Damn right. I'm glad you guys got that. That's how I know I'm talking with people my age, basically. And I like that part. These Zoomers have no idea. And no, I did not underhandedly call you old. Cake? No, I'm a millennial, for sure. I'm almost 40, man. I turned 40 in June. I don't like it. I don't like it. Ooh, 8. That's my favorite, like, Jackbox game. The one where you have to, like, dial a phone number with a rotary phone? I've totally done that. Absolutely. Yeah, I kill it at that game. Oh, when that mini game comes up in Jackbox games, woo! Oh, that'll be good. That'll be real good. Skincare routine? I shower at least every other day. That's it. That's it. I don't do shit. I feel like, and again, this is coming from a place of someone who has never had to really deal with like heavy acne before. The more you fuck with it, the worse it gets. Oh, that's fine, Cake. Yeah, I didn't even get into dev until I was in my 30s. My entire 20s were spent as a snowboard bum. I would ride about 200 plus days a year for 10 years straight right out of high school. It was amazing. It was the best time of my life. So maybe that's it. I lived my entire 20s very stress-free. And I also covered up in the sun, you know? I think the big thing there, Cake, is, yeah, the sun is trying to kill me. There's skin cancer in my family. Yeah, the sun's trying to kill me. So I don't tempt fate. I don't challenge the sun. Tanning? Tanning? Ugh. Color correction makes me look less pale than I actually am. The magic of post-processing. But no, a very big part of it is just stress. Stress is like the number one thing that makes you look older. As far as like acne goes, stress is a big part of that too. also just washing your face every once in a while. But yeah, as far as like product and other stuff, like, nah. Meh. Which is why, like, it's cool that Theo does, like, the skincare stuff, because I believe he's had to deal with acne in a way that I've never even had to relate to in any possible way. It's just not a thing. But I can't grow a beard. Nothing. The peach fuzz here, ooh, I've got, like, peach fuzz on my cheek that I've known longer than I've been streaming, you know? So it's really like, I can't grow a beard, you know?
Thanks for the support.
Here we go.
Tech-savvy Travi would be a gadget-based superhero, sporting a sleek suit filled with technology inspired by their worldwide travels. They have the ability to instantly teleport to any location they've previously visited or discovered through their endless research. Their origin story involves a life-changing journey where they stumbled upon an ancient artifact that fused with their tech gear, granting them extraordinary abilities. Always ahead with the latest tech-savvy Travi uses their knowledge and gadgets to outsmart villains and protect the innocent, making the world a safer place, one device at a time.
You're basically Inspector Gadget. Yeah, that was a cool one. That was solid. It's true. Yeah, so real quick, Tech Savvy Travi, if you want to wire it up, right, for your stream at some point, super easy to do, super chill, right? You'd have to, like, sign up for Vappy, sure, right? Create your own assistant. We give you some example assistants, but, you know, you could set your own if you want. Yeah, that was a thing we did just last week or so. It took us, like, technically 4 days to, like, launch it and finalize it, and then I did just a little bit today to add the raid part of it. So if we get a raid, you know, I'll pay the 10 cents to read out someone's raid name and, like, who they are. I'm okay with that. I'll eat that. But you can configure which thing you want to listen for and all that BS. So yeah, it was a really fun, like, little micro project. I didn't finish it before Adam Learns Live's, code jam was done. But I think he'd still be pumped on the idea. Yeah, I'm gonna do another post in which we, like, show, like, a clip, and I give people a link to it. Yeah, I only posted about the fact that I'm building it, but yeah, this is fun. I didn't expect it to turn out this well, actually, because I had a preconceived notion about what we would build, and then realized that, no, we can't do that. So then I had to, like, on the fly come up with, like, some other way of integrating Vappy, because it's part of, like, a take-home for Vappy. No, sorry, so you misunderstood. Not a browser extension, a Twitch extension. Twitch extension is actually the way to do that. And yes, I am absolutely planning on doing a Twitch extension. Yeah, I think that could be really good. I'd have to really chat with the Vappy team to increase, like, the concurrency count, because they've got some other things to, like, prevent abuse and prevent you from, like, running away with it. Yeah, so are you not aware about Twitch extensions? If you've ever watched when we're playing Baldur's Gate 3, when I switch over to Baldur's Gate 3, the Twitch extension for Baldur's Gate 3 allows you to actually see what my items are and what class I'm building and all that stuff, right? So Twitch extensions are a major use case. There's the example of, like, Twitch sound alerts based upon, like, a follow or paying money to have something happen, whatever, right? That's a Twitch extension, and the dude that wrote that is making a killing. So when you say Twitch integration, no, I mean literally Twitch extension. Twitch extensions are things that can tie into bits, and if you release an extension for other streams to use, you get 30% of the bits spent through that extension. So that's why, like, the sound alerts guy is killing it. He gets 30 cents on the dollar for everyone doing a fart sound in some random Twitch stream. 30 cents, please. You know, like, oh, whoa. That's amazing. And Cake, if you're still out there, yeah, the big thing is if I didn't wear a beanie, I would absolutely look way older because I've got balding on both sides of my family. So I don't just have a 4 head, I don't just have a 5 head, I've got like a 6 or a 7 head at this point. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I know I could totally go to Turkey and do hair transplant bullshit. No. I care only enough that I don't want to manage my hair, and I don't want to have to cut it more than once a year. I don't want to have to cut it more than once a year. I cut my hair once every 10 months, I believe. I think that's like the cadence. I appreciate that, Cake, but no, my hairline is bad. Like, oh, I see it when I come out of the shower in the morning, and it's so gross. Oh, it's so gross. Like the island, when it's like spread out flat because of the water. I feel like, who's the dude that like has the painting? And then when he sees the painting, like he ages? Right? You know what I'm talking about. I want to say Earl Grey. It's like something other Grey. Dorian Gray? Yeah. It's like a Dorian Gray moment when I see just like the island, right? Because the hairline has like, you know, there's like even like a land gap now, right? When that island is spread flat, it's basically like looking at my own portrait, Dorian Gray style. Yeah, I've never read the book. I think is it EY or AY? All right. The Picture of Dorian Gray. It's a short story, I believe. Have you ever seen The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen? In that film, Stuart Townsend plays Dorian Gray. He sees his portrait, and the portrait was aging, and he didn't age, and he was immortal because of it, but the moment he sees his own portrait, he ages like the amount of time that was stored up in the painting. Sorry to spoil it, but it was written in 1891. You've had time. You've had plenty of time. I mean, if you've never seen it, I'd recommend watching The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. It is such a terrible film that it's what caused Sean Connery to stop acting. For sure. It's like kind of sad. We would have seen way more Sean Connery films if he just didn't take that gig. Two to 3 decades watching anime. What, like Demon City Shinjuku? Like Ninja Scroll? If you're talking like old anime like that, I mean, that's fine, man. If you're talking like Naruto, It's up to you. That's fine. It's definitely like more uncultured, but still valuable. No offense if you like Naruto. Like, I'm sorry. It's just not for me. Any like modern anime just isn't my style. Demon Slayer. So, have you been watching like Chainsaw Man? Stuff like that? I just really hate like the anime that falls into like a shtick. And that shtick is like, we won with the power of friendship. Like, I hate it so much. If I wanted to watch something like that, I'd just watch the Care Bears movies again. No problem. I feel like Chainsaw Man even still like falls into the, I won because of the power of friendship. And I just hate it so much. Like, oh, it's so lazy. Ugh. But again, if you like it, don't take my naysaying to mean anything, right? I'm a curmudgeon. There's that song, Anti-Pop by Primus. Yeah, I think it's about me. I'll run against the grain till the day I drop. Right? Being counterculture is like a major part of my identity, I think. Isn't it? That's why you don't see me fanboy over like programming languages, because that's like common culture. No, thank you. And Cake, I get it. Friendship's fine in real life. When it's just like a lazy trope in an anime, it's extremely boring. All right, so package Vexilla is the core. I mean, let me look at how I wrote that elsewhere. We describe it somewhere. Let's just copy and paste it. Oh, we do it for the client though. We'll see how this goes. Yeah, I'd rather just like annotate this client, right? So client is the core module of this SDK. Most interaction with Vexilla and your feature flags will be through this module. Boom, nailed it. Perfect. So from here, I can actually just start grabbing all of these. Create a config is not accurate. Instead, the Rust code might be a little more accurate there. I do want to get this into something, but we don't need that right now here, right? So client is the core construct. Create a new client for consuming feature flags, right? Something like that. And this is where we get down into just the easy part, right? So get manifest, we can copy and paste all this. We do want to name it properly. Because they're all public, they get capitalized that way. And we call it good, and we just keep going. Yeah, that part works. Yeah, let's just keep documenting these things. So set and then sync. Yes, this part gets really easy. We get to like take what we've done. Figuring out the module thing was actually our biggest headache. And now, thanks to the help of Zombie Chow, we're good to go. And yeah, how's everyone's Friday going? What y'all up to? And yeah, real quick, one more comment there. Cake, I would highly recommend checking out Ninja Scroll. I would highly recommend checking out Demon City Shinjuku. Those are like the old school animes, right? Like really good. And yeah, really, Trav? Yeah, dude, the thing you showed about, like, the, basically taking, like, the Rust paradigm of OK Or and making it into OCaml, that was huge, man. That was really cool. I loved that thread. That was awesome. Yeah, so I'm really liking the stuff you're doing, man. Helping your brother solve an interesting problem. Is your brother a dev too? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm trying to get my brother in dev. I'm blowing it. I need to send this laptop out to him. Because I'm barely, like, using it, you know? I'm not using it. I haven't even, like, made it, like, non-sleep for months, you know? You've heard Ninja Scroll mentioned? Yeah. It's definitely, like, not safe for work with some of the scenes, etc., right? There's, like, you know, there's boobs. It's extremely gory, but it's really good. Yeah, I remember watching that back in the 90s. Older brother got it from Blockbuster, you know? Oh, works in a different field, but asks for help sometimes. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, that sounds cool. I like that collaboration. Ah, that's really awesome, 4-Wheel. And yeah, I get it, Cake. I'd say, yeah, some of those, like, old school animes are really interesting. Like, yeah, just... They were made at a totally different time, you know? Yes, Tech Savvy Travy, like, 1000%. I have... Dude, like, I know for a fact I'm not the only person that's ever written this, but... Hold on, let me see if I even have it. I don't. Shit. It's like an older post. I believe everyone who is typically like a JavaScript developer that then realizes the power of something like tuples as a return type, such as like the Go pattern, ends up implementing their own version for JavaScript, right? I totally did that years ago. Right? Learning other languages made me better with the languages I use every day, right? 1000%. It's really cool. So yeah, like, yep. Because good ideas are portable. Learning one language helps you apply the same ideas to another language. Like, no problem. Learning a bunch of, like, Elixir made me a better JavaScript dev too. It has pattern matching, sure, but also the way that, like, you return like a mutated type. What is so cool about tuples? Is it just the immutability? No. So, Cake, the tuples thing here is important because you no longer, like, throw errors. Your errors are returned. So instead, you just check for that error value on a tuple first in the Go way of just, like, if error doesn't equal nil, do something, right? You can do that in JavaScript, too. You can wrap every function with its own internal try-catch that then returns the top level, like, tuple that just has error defined instead of the result. And then, right, you don't have to run try-catch anywhere if all your libraries are doing that. Now, granted, that's, like, where the headache comes in, because not all, like, no libraries in JavaScript actually do the tuple thing. Now, you couldn't actually do a tuple in JavaScript, but you can do an object with these props on it, right? So very similar, close enough, who cares? The entire idea is to never have to write a try-catch again. It doesn't actually work out that way, but you can at least do it with the code you care about. Yeah, no, I completely agree. Yeah, it's already, like, good, but if we get, like, proper tuples and, like, the performance optimization of them instead of needing, like, an entire object to encapsulate them, that would be huge, right? Because the just-in-time compiler can understand it's an actual tuple and just do stuff with it, right? And it's no longer incurring, like, the object overhead in memory. Things like that. technically, we already kind of have tuples in React code. Do I even have that open anymore? Did I close it? I might have closed it. Shit. Yeah, right? Stack allocate a couple pointers. Exactly, right? Even in React, if you're doing React code and you're using useState, you're actually using the JavaScript version of tuples for that. Because you got the array, you name what the props in that array are, and it's still heavy, but it's not as heavy as it needs to be, and it still gives you like the power of renaming these things as you see fit. It becomes really like useful. So yeah, technically, if you've ever done a use state, you're using tuples. You really are. Now, it's not the same type of tuple as like an error or okay tuple, but it's still a tuple, right? The getter and the setter, basically. There you go, Sergeant Pepper. You can totally do that. And then it's an array that you can destructure and name the variables whatever you want. For sure. Yeah, that's a really cool pattern. I like that, Sergeant Pepper. And if the just-in-time compiler could optimize that in a really cool way, that's even better. That's amazing, actually. Yeah, good call, Sergeant Pepper. I like that pattern. You could almost say you're awaiting that proposal. Mr. Sir. Yeah, damn right. Yeah, it's a shame you weren't here yesterday, Tech Savvy Travie. Like, we were already, like, we went through, like, the process of documenting our API. It was kind of fun. And we can, like, generate our docs.rs automatically now based upon the things we did just yesterday. Today, we're doing it for Go, but yeah. I would assume Crablang has similar semantics to what we're doing right here. Ooh, yeah, you were saying that, dude. Oh, that sucks, man. Oh, that sucks. Which provider is that? So I know to, like, never use them again. And do you guys not have Ziply Fiber where you're at? Ooh, Ziply's so good. Oh, Ziply's my favorite. Ziply is bae. I don't know, I'm willing to bet Ziply's just like a Washington thing. Ooh, do we still have a Comcast command? Nightbot shakes their fist at Comcast considering Chris is currently having issues with his internet provider again. Yeah. Technically, I'm not on Comcast anymore. I still have it as a backup just in case Ziply goes down. I still need internet, you know? So I have both. I could probably kill the Comcast connection at this point. But that peace of mind of just having a backup internet if I need it, that's actually pretty worth it. See, I'm paying for 2 internet providers right now. I know it's a bit of a waste, but it's just that peace of mind. It's hard to put a price on that. It's worth the cost. It's $70 for the Comcast? That's fine. That's totally fine. Dude, I'll spend $70 at one bar during like a party night, you know? And usually there's more than one bar involved in a party night. Yeah, I'm like really like free flowing with buying other people drinks. Someone bought me drinks the other night, right? Like we're like finishing up at like the bar we were at and they're like, I'll cover 2 of his. Nah, man, I bought yours already. Like, come on. Like, don't do that. But very cool person. I accepted. I let him do it. Yeah, I really like the community at Seattle JS. It's just so good. Man, like, yeah, like the organizers, every single person involved with Seattle JS is just awesome. I've had 0 outages from Ziply. I've had major issues with Comcast in the past. Oh, hold on. So Cake is maybe asking the person that has the 2 Sims, right? How often have you had issues there, 4-wheel? I think that's the question that that Cake is asking. That's over on the YouTube, so yeah, sorry you can't see it. I should probably start aggregating those things into one chat anyway. One chat, one love. Since you've gotten to that setup, none. That's the thing, right? If you didn't have 2 Sims, yeah, your provider would go out once a month. Now that you have 2 Sims, no problems, right? But again, if you ditched one, it would go bad immediately. It's just Murphy's Law, basically, right? And what's up, Raju? How you doing? All right, let's keep copying and pasting some of this stuff. You destroy phones, so 12 months is good for you? Really? Dude, I might still have my Windows phone from like 10 years ago. Like a Nokia Lumia something or other. I might still have that sitting somewhere. I know I've got like 2 or 3 like Android devices sitting somewhere. I've got my iOS, hold on, my iPhone 5S. That one's still kicking it. The battery just doesn't hold the charge. You had a Lumia, you thought it was cool? Just needed more apps. Ooh, that's the best part there, Lettuce Bowler. So I had it when I first started working at the agency I worked at.
Thanks for the support. Reju888 is a mystical superhero.
Hold on, we'll wait.
Endowed with the extraordinary power of healing and rejuvenation. They gained their abilities after encountering a rare, glowing crystal on a rare astronomical event at the age of 8, hence the 888. They are known for their ability to restore energy and vitality to those around them. Wearing a dazzling suit of shifting colors to reflect their light-centric powers, Reju888 tirelessly battles the forces of exhaustion and illness, patching up his comrades in the heat of battle and offering an unwavering beacon of resilience.
Hell yeah, Reju, Mr. Sir, Rejuvenate88. I'm gonna start calling you Rejuvenate. Are you okay with that? I'm kidding. I doubt I'll remember to say so, but if I do, we now know you're okay with that. Perfect. Nailed it. Yeah, if anyone doesn't know, if you have a sub and you just click like the, yeah, cool, I got a sub, whatever, ignore. Instead, you need to shout out your, like, resub, etc., and let me read out your, like, voice reward for it. If you don't have a sub and you want to, like, do it as cheap as possible, it only costs you 100 bits to get your name read out and have your, like, your superhero persona actually personified. Have at it. Tech Savvy Travis was one of my favorite of, like, the most recent times. Like, dude, that was a good one, wasn't it? That was a good one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, top 5 for sure. I'd rather just ban you. We deal with that too much, man. You're not the first person coming in asking for a timeout or a ban or whatever. Why? Seems pretty spammy. Seems pretty low effort. I could just ban you if you want. But a timeout's way more like, we'd have to deal with you again, possibly. So if you're just trying to, like, you know, speed run getting banned at as many channels as possible, I can do that. That's easy. So you're saying you don't want to be banned? I kind of want to ban you anyway. But I appreciate the fact that you said sorry. So I can resist the urge. I can do it. Anyway, let's pour another beverage. It's already 6 p.m. We need to finish documenting our Go SDK here immediately. If we look at our notes, we've done Rust and Elixir. I know, right? Damn, wait, I didn't realize you were East Coast. For some reason, yeah, Tech Savvy Travi, for some reason I thought you were like Minnesota or something like that. Right? Like Central Time instead? Michigan. Michigan's just like right on the edge of the Central versus East Coast time zone, huh? Yeah, I mean, to me, yeah, same thing. Tomato, tomato. Might as well be Oklahoma, as far as I'm concerned. Sorry, I'm just kidding. Take it with a grain of salt. Yeah, it reminds me of that, like, South Park, or no, it's not South Park, sorry, Basketball, right? You ever seen Basketball? There's the part at the beginning where it's like, and I'm happy to be here in the fine city of Miami, Minnesota, whatever, shit. So that's even like, that's more up your alley. The fact that he thought he was in Minnesota and or in Miami and he ended up in Minnesota? Tomato, tomato, whatever. Shit. I know I've driven through Michigan. Wait, are you a basketball fan too? Is that why we get along? Oh, that makes so much more sense now. Oh, I totally get it. Yeah, for sure. Teams started changing cities, right? The Jazz moved to Utah where they don't allow music. Vagina. Yeah, exactly, dude. Hey, that's not fair, man. Dude, I can actually do that movie almost start to finish, right? You know what, Reamer? Someday I'm gonna be a big sports star. You know what, Reamer? Someday I'm gonna own a big sports bar. Oh, hey, Dr. Kaiser. Oh, we graduated with Brittany. You two graduated? Of course we did, Cot. Beer? What are y'all doing in my mom's room? Oh! He's like drinking from the bidet. Like, dude, so good. I've never seen Book of Mormon, but I really, really want to see it. If I ever go back to New York, I will absolutely try and see like Book of Mormon on Broadway or whatever. That sounds amazing. Oh, yeah, if they go on tour again, I will absolutely buy tickets to see it somewhere, wherever they have a theater in Seattle. Where do they have an actual theater in Seattle? Maybe the Paramount would work? Yeah, I don't know on that one. That one's trickier. Yeah, so Tech Savvy Travi, here's the funny part. During high school, I had a friend that could actually like quote cable guy, basically start to finish. Technically, he would need someone to like get it going for like the prompting, and then he could say every single line. I am the same way with basketball.
Thanks for the support. Lettucebella, the guardian of gardens, can control and manipulate all forms of plant life.
The guardian of gardens!
They don a green, leafy suit that blends into natural surroundings. Their superpower includes accelerating plant growth, using vines to grasp or swing from structures, and transforming leaves into sharp projectiles. Lettucebella gained their powers after stumbling upon a meteorite embedded in an ancient mystical forest, forever linking them with the Earth's flora. They vowed to protect both nature and humanity from those who seek to harm the environment, making them a unique and powerful force for good.
Yeah, you are Bulbasaur and Spider-Man combined. Yep.
Thanks for the support. Restarted would be a superhero who can control time. Their origin story begins with a freak accident at a scientific research facility where they were exposed to experimental time-altering technology, granting them the ability to reset events and manipulate time at will. They use this power to right wrongs, prevent disasters, and even provide second chances to those in need. Their suit would have a sleek, futuristic design, and their symbol would be an infinity loop, representing the endless possibilities of time.
Yeah, it's really good. She didn't reuse the trope of like the lightning strike. That one's really common. The fact that none of those actually were like the lightning strike problem. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. So yeah, Zetch, you were asking about it. I'm glad you got to witness it. Yeah, we nailed it. I'm really happy with this. We just wired up the raids earlier today, so if like someone raids us with more than 10 viewers, their name would get like spoken. There is a bit, yeah, like sometimes there's like a pause that's weird, and that one's bummed me out a little bit, but it did work out. I was gonna be really upset that it didn't actually do it for some reason. But, nah, it works. So Lettuce Bowler is literally this thing we did.
Zetcha. TK would be a superhero with the ability to control and manipulate energy. Their origin story would involve a freak accident at a power plant, giving them a unique connection to the flow of energy. Zetcha, TK would be a relentless vigilante, using their powers to fight crime and protect the innocent. With the ability to harness electricity, heat, and light, they would be an unstoppable force for good in the city.
Hell yeah! Hey, Zetch! This burrito's a little cold. Could you zap it real quick? You're actually an electrician? Holy shit, dude! Whoa! That is even better! Oh my god! What? Oh, that's even better, man! Fuck yeah! It's really impressive. It does a great job. So yeah, Lettuce Bowler, the thing that we got going. Ooh, and hold on, let me just shout out my favorite wallpaper of all wallpapers. Whew, so beautiful. Anyway, back to what we're saying. We are wrapping a thing called Vappy. So Vappy's main thing, right? Like if we just look at it in general, right? Think of Vappy as voice AI infrastructure that has already done the work of stitching together a pipeline for text-to-speech, then speech-to-text, and natural language. So they connect you with providers on your behalf and support, maintain, and optimize everything you don't have to. So technically, if we go look at it, let's just do that part. Right, Vappy.ai, let's log in. There we go. This is it, right? So you get to choose from all of these voices from different providers, such as Azure, OpenAI, DeepGram, Rhyme, 11 Labs, and PlayHT. You can then pick the model that actually like analyzes your input and creates the output, right? Like, really cool. So basically, they're stringing together the thing that interprets your voice and turns that into text. And then they take that text and pass it to one of these models, such as OpenAI 3.5 or GPT-4 or whatever, right? And then from there, they use one of these, like, voice providers that totally exist outside of this platform, but it's easily gluable, and they make it read it out loud. So the main use case is actually for, like, think about all the VTX solutions you've ever dealt with. If you dial into your current like power company, how much of a bummer is it to deal with that VTX robot voice that's like, please say your account number now. And then you say it, right? Like, that's fine. It sucks, right? But it's even worse when it's like, please enter your account number via your touchtone, like number pad. Ugh, please no. PBX, is that it? It's not VTX, it's PBX? Yeah, so PBX and IVR systems really suck. My interpretation of this is that this solves that PBX problem, and I need to remember that because I thought it was VTX for some reason. VTX is like a virtual machine thing via like VirtualBox or whatever. So yeah, I was mixing that up. PBX is actually it. So PBX or IVR, this is to compete with basically that. I think that's their bread and butter. That's what they're trying to wire up, in my opinion. A thing that you actually talk to that responds to you like a human being. I think that's their biggest value and their biggest like use case. However, I think there's more use cases than you would expect if you just simply don't need to do one portion of things. And really, like, they try and wire up to my microphone, and I hate it. I just want to like say like, hey, no mic or whatever, like some config, like microphone false. Bam, bam, boom. They don't even ask for the permission at that point, and we could run it anywhere. You used to run PBX on a virtual machine, and the file it was stored in was a VTX file or some bullshit, like it's VTI instead or something like. But yeah, my bad. Like, I don't know, it was just a brain fart. I don't care enough to look it up. But still pretty fun, like really, like Vappy is solving like a major use case for these things. There was a point at which when we were trying to figure out what this thing could do, what if Kit Boga were to use it and have it impersonate like the granny or, you know, like an old man or whatever, right? There's voices to use. We actually tried to prompt Vappy, like their like demo program on their main website, using some of that, and it worked out pretty good actually. Ooh, VoIP PBX, yeah, dude. There are like services and like DDoS servers and like just bots combing for those like exposed ports, etc. And yeah, that's like a huge problem. Yep. Yeah, you need to like do your own custom port and then you're fine, basically. But yeah, I really, really like what this has given us. And I got ideas, man. I got these ideas, man. I'd love to partner with some streamers that would like to have their own prompting, etc. for this thing, wire it up and charge them money to implement and then like collect 30% from their usage. I can think of a Madden streamer right now that would absolutely love this idea. So yeah, at some point I just need to make an extension that does all this stuff. Or at least like does some of it and they can see what it's possible and what it's worth doing and, you know, add some extra stuff to it for them specifically, and then it's their own extension that other people could use too. But they at least pay me for the effort of setting it up, prompting it, creating the extension, blah, blah, blah. That could be good. If Vappy wants to pay me a salary to help other streamers set up their own like voice bots like this, where they wire up some of the config and some of that BS, I could do that. Shit. I could do it part-time even. I just need someone that gives me life insurance, or not life insurance, health insurance and dental insurance. I need one company to take that leap and make that happen for me. And then I can do contracting stuff for all sorts of companies. And even better, I could stream the setup of it. Yeah, why not, man? Yeah, for sure. So real quick, I do have to use the restroom. I don't have any plans for tonight. The food I plan on cooking is gonna be super easy. I think just chicken pot pies, which is just heating the oven, throwing some stuff into it. So in the meantime, yeah, let's keep hacking on this. I want to finish the Go documentation for Vexilla tonight. Bare minimum. The KFC was good. Is Seattle KFC good? It's meh, actually. Like, it's nothing special. We'll chat about it here in a sec. BRB, 1 sec. Sorry, I gotta pee. And yeah, all right, so I'm back. And again, I appreciate y'all hanging out. We're having a really good, fun Friday. The only thing that ever got you DDoSed worse than VoIP was running your own DNS server. Oh, don't do that ever. Yeah, I agree with that. No, I totally get that, Four Wheel. Yeah, the big part there is... Why would you run your own DNS server when you could just use Cloudflare's? And maybe this is a thing that you did like years ago before Cloudflare like opened up their, you know, their free DNS. Yeah, I'm curious about like why you felt the need to run your own DNS server. I'm really curious about that. And okay, so Bob, as far as like Seattle KFC goes, their French fries are actually the best fries of any company, unless you're just looking for really like plain fries. And then Dick's, like Dick's Burgers, I love their fries. They're like so like real like potato instead of like the processed BS you get at like other companies. That is really amazing. So yeah, the way like Dick's Burgers does their fries, they're like the most like realistic fries you'll get. They're a little more soggy than I would prefer. I like just slightly crispier. So I'd rather cook my own fries typically, but if I'm coming home from Seattle and I'm passing by a Dick's Burgers, yeah, I'm picking up 2 orders of fries and a cheeseburger for sure. As far as fried chicken in Seattle goes, there's also like a local like Seattle-ish kind of thing called Ezel's. Ezel's is pretty good too. I wouldn't say it's good though. I've heard Popeyes is better. KFC is a bit meh, but it's like walking distance from where I live, so it's not bad. I make better fried chicken myself, personally, but sometimes I just don't feel like putting in that effort, you know? I'll never order chicken fried steak from a restaurant. Ever. Because I can make better chicken fried steak real easy. And most restaurants expect to be able to drown it in gravy because it definitely died under the heat lamp, right? Got soggy and gross. Instead, if they can just drown it in gravy, then it's soggy and gross with gravy on it, so you don't know if it's the gravy that did it or just them letting it sit under the heat lamp. Ooh, so hold on. Cake is chiming in. They got into it when they were 19, super paranoid, didn't want their DNS requests being monitored by their ISP or government. Oh, so Cake, are you in some place like Turkey? And you don't have to dox yourself. Don't answer if you don't want to. I get that. Yeah, you don't have to answer. You can simply say it's like Turkey. You're in the UK. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Why were you paranoid of like the UK government's looking at your DNS records? Hold up. And you don't have to answer this either, and don't disclose that you did certain things, but was it so you could like torrent things? Was it for torrent purposes? Maybe not related, and you were just paranoid, and that's fine, man. Like, you were 19 and anti-establishment. I'm 39 and I'm still anti-establishment. Ooh, I wrote a password manager too. Yeah, dude. Ah, legit. Yeah, exactly. All right, so I think we're on the same page here. I get that. I totally get it. I've written my own like password generator using Meteor back in the day. So Cake did, I did. Four-wheel gator wasn't that paranoid though. I get it, right? There's like thresholds to paranoia. Yes, I used Meteor.js for mine. I interviewed at a couple like Meteor.js companies even. Here's the coolest and like weirdest like serendipitous part. I interviewed at a company called CSATs that was using Meteor to do like the analysis of like reviewing people's like surgeons, right? And outsourcing that, like, you know. So just imagine you would have like a board of like surgeons reviewing other surgeons, but then you could also outsource some of that to other people via like Mechanical Turk. And via Mechanical Turk, you could just ask them very simple questions like, given this video, did their hand shake? Etc., right? Did you see more blood than there should be? Things like that. So it was like specifically for evaluating like surgeons and trying to rate them, etc. And like really interesting idea. But they were a full-on Meteor app. And I interviewed with them at one point. One of the dudes who used to work there, I've actually met at Seattle JS recently. He's super cool, right? I don't want to dox his name, but super cool dude, man. Like, yeah, like, I'm just really happy that it's such a small world. Don't burn bridges. Just don't do it. I know I've burnt some here on stream, for sure, 1000%. But again, like, any bridge I burnt here on stream, that was a person hiding behind their online persona rather than like treating me like a human being typically. That's a common thing. It is such a small world. Like, yeah, absolutely they're four-wheel. Like, it is a very small world. I guarantee there are bridges I burnt. Just due to like reacting negatively to like people that wanted to be kind of jerks about like, well, everything should be functional programming. No. Okay? No. Definitely not. I like functional programming, but everything? Come on. Yeah, no, I have absolutely burnt bridges with like influential people, I bet. Just simply because they didn't conduct themselves in chat like I was a human being that they cared to chat with again, you know? They treated me like just a form of entertainment. But also, sometimes I get a little too many lemonades in me, and I respond more negatively than I should. So, that's a me problem. I mean, they didn't say it out loud, but their interactions did so. And right, like, that's actually a common thread. Some people don't treat streamers as actual people, they treat them as just some content they're consuming. That's actually one of the biggest, like, problems with streaming, where people don't actually treat you like a person. I feel like we're really good here, and I've established that, yeah, just treat me like a person and we'll totally get along. But there are streamers out there that do not get treated like people. For sure. By at least like a portion of their audience. And that is where typically a lot of that friction ends up bubbling up. In my opinion, I'm welcome to be wrong. Sweat lemonade? That sounds pretty gross. Sweat lemonade sounds pretty gross. That's where the spice comes from. Yeah, totally. No, I know what you meant there, Jeff. I'm just having fun with it, just because it was fun. So Cake's password manager was pure Java. That makes sense. Was it something you interacted with from like your command line or something? I get that. Your house is developing its own unique smell. Ooh, yeah, you might actually be nose blind to it. The fact that you're actually smelling it means that it's gotten bad. Typically, we're all nose blind to our own smells. So, Four Wheel Gator is saying that they're thankful you didn't use SQL for your password manager. I mean, I bet they did. They had to store the data somewhere, didn't they? It was probably file-based. An encrypted file. Encrypted at rest. Crow. No, you're missing the point. What we're talking about right now is not hashed. Cake and any password manager is not a hashed password. It's actually an encrypted password. So encryption is different, right? Not even plain text, but even encrypted means that you need to decrypt it at some point, which means you need to store that value somewhere. Encrypted and hashed are very different. The main goal of a hash is that you can't get the value back out of it. And encryption expects to be able to get the value back out of it. Yeah, so encryption and hashing are fundamentally different things. Storing a hash in your database is totally fine, right? If you store an encrypted value, somehow you need to store the key somewhere too, which means that any attacker can grab that key and then just decrypt your data. Even if you know the exact hash function, you can't get it back wholly. Technically, now if you know the password and the salt, you can do some stuff with it. But you're never taking that as an input. So if someone even passes you the hash value that you have stored, you're still gonna hash that value and then salt it. Or salt it, then hash it, sorry, right, wrong thing. And it's gonna be a different hash at the end of the process. So even if you leak the hash you have, your API will never actually let that be important, you know? Hashing is one way, basically. Encryption is both directions. Yeah, never store an unsalted hash. Technically, that salt should be associated with the user. In many cases, your salted hash, the salt is attached to the hash. If you're doing bcrypt, yeah, typically your salt is attached to the hash itself. That way you get a unique, like, salt per user, etc. Yeah, salt is just a randomly generated string, and it needs to be, like, really as random as possible. And at that point, you're good to go. But yeah, it needs to be like unique per user. And bcrypt and a lot of like the most robust hashing tools and libraries out there, they will typically like have your like password value. Your hash will be included with that because it's user specific. Hence the importance of unique salts. Exactly, Devin, right? The only way you could reverse a hash is if you have a rainbow or lookup table. Yep. So rainbow tables were a big thing, and you can generate a rainbow table pretty easily too, right? So that's why you need per user hashes, right? Unique salts, right? Per user salts rather than like a global salt, because a global salt still opens you up to the rainbow table problem. And when we say rainbow table, it's just a pre-computed lookup table, right? If you know what the hash is, you can actually pre-calculate a bunch of like, you know, bad strings with that same hash, and doing that once for every other like user becomes actually like really economical. Whereas if it's a per user salt, generating a rainbow table for each individual user becomes way too expensive. So it's about like the bare minimum effort someone has to put in to do this stuff. At the end of the day, over a long enough time period, all of these things are crackable. Instead, you need to propose a bare minimum amount of effort someone would have to put in to cracking your hashing algorithm and all that BS. So, right? Most times you're not going to run into that. A dedicated person, that's a different thing, right? The dedicated attacker is a boogeyman that exists. Everything with enough time is crackable, especially as like CPUs become more performant, like all that stuff. Yep, for sure. Yeah, it might seem like I'm a front-end only person. No, I am more full stack than most full stack engineers, actually. I just don't have a resume that backs that up. I am one of the most full stack engineers you will encounter in your entire life. That's a bold statement. Let's see if you can back it up, Cotton. Four wheel, I've done it. I've totally fucking done it, right? Stream Parrot, I did here on stream. The back end is Elixir. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it works out for him. Yeah, Bedtime Bear got the reference I was making, for sure. Oh, hold on 1 second, Blind Pod. Oh, yeah, the tabs thing. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna allow that one. I could make you a regular for other reasons, but nah, the tabs thing is just, we get it too much, man. Like, come on. You're number 532. Where would you have drawn the line? Right? Use a little empathy. Use just a little bit of empathy and recognize that you would have drawn the line at some point too. No, I get you. It wasn't spam necessarily, but it's like, it's a conversation that is super boring at this point. So yeah, no worries, Blind Pog. Appreciate you. You've been here. You've been around. Right? So I'm not judging you for that necessarily. But it's a conversation that I just don't want to have again. And the fact that I just dove into it is already more than I wanted to do. But I feel like you deserved the context of why your comment got deleted. Nose blind. Yeah, nose blind is actually a thing, for sure. Yeah. I smell great. Do I, though? Four-wheel. Most people are nose blind to their own BO. At a bare minimum, right? And if you don't know what BO is, it's body odor, right? Most people are nose blind to their own body odor because you're like familiar with it and your nose adjusts to ignore it. The moment you're actually smelling yourself, other people have been smelling you for ages. As a snowboard bum, me and one of my closest friends at the time played some pool against a lady that didn't shower enough. Right? She was living in a van or a car or whatever, or a tent or something, and her like personal odor was rough. And like the person who was my friend was also a lady. She also could really smell it. Sorry to get gross and to objectify it, etc. I had a friend who ended up sleeping with the same person that smelled. And they were like, yeah, you gotta like... And keep in mind, this is a gross way to phrase it. You gotta hit it soft, otherwise the smell is unbearable. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Yes, for sure. Right? Smile and then vomit. Yes, that is the right approach to that. Yes, I had a friend that ended up sleeping with the girl that smelled, and their exact comment was, yeah, you gotta really like pace yourself. Otherwise, it's unbearable. Smile, walk away, then vomit. Yes, absolutely. I mean, there's a phrase in snowboard culture. It's not your girlfriend, it's just your turn. Same thing with dudes, right? It's not your boyfriend, it's just your turn. It goes both ways, right? It's not actually as misogynistic as you think. It's just more about like the hookup culture, which definitely goes both ways. Some perfume is worse than BO to you? So hold on, Cake is saying they think they might be nose blind because they don't think they've ever smelled a person and thought gross outside of heavy smokers when they were young. Have you never been in line behind like a super old person at like the post office or anything? You can actually like smell rotting flesh basically. because they got folds and old person skin and they don't shower enough. Like, dude, have you never actually been, have you never been to a nursing home? There is absolutely an old person smell. There is absolutely a thing of, like, old person smell, and it usually has to do with skin flaps that don't get rinsed out enough. I don't want to describe it any more than that, but yes, I have been sitting in the line at a post office and been like, I need to mail this package, but shit, I might want to just leave. Dead body smell is pretty bad. And yeah, so dead body smell is very similar to like decaying body smell. Not necessarily dead, but dude. Yeah, this person doesn't do their personal hygiene as much. When you hit the age of 70, you either decide to, like, keep showering or not. It's like a 50-50 at that point. There are old-ass people that just don't shower anymore. Or at least, like, don't rinse themselves properly. Yeah, for sure. It's so gross. Yeah, it's bad. We don't want to dwell on it. It's not a good, fun conversation. We can just move on. I'm sorry for indulging it as much as I did. It's a thing, though. Like, have you, like, you haven't dealt with it, Cake? You will. You will. It's just a matter of time. You sweet summer child, you're lucky you haven't had to deal with that. Cool, man. Good job. Let's please move on. I will bring it to a joke instead that I think is quite fun. I think it's a good joke. So, Moglist, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. There's a Bill Hicks joke in which he basically, starts saying, well, Bill, if you quit smoking, you'll get your sense of smell back. And then Bill chimes in, I live in New York City. I don't want my sense of smell back. Is that a dead guy? I smell urine. Oh, hey, honey, someone peed on this dead guy. Oh, just think about the wonders of New York and what I have experienced just due to the fact that I quit smoking. Oh, what a wonderful thing. He has another joke that follows up that I think is similar, but I can't remember if he uses smell. It's, right? You all remember when Yul Brynner came out with that commercial after he was dead? Like, I'm Yul Brynner and I'm dead now, right? Right? Smoking killed me, whatever, right? I mean, sure, we all saw that. I get it. That's fine. But they could make that joke about anybody, right? He makes a joke about Jim Fix, who was like a health nut who died while jogging. Oh, yeah, y'all remember that Jim Fix guy? Yeah, he would jog every day, eat nothing but tofu, right? He's dead now, too, right? Him and Yul Brynner, both dead. Right? Jim Fix would be jogging along, see Yul Brynner drive by in that, his limo, just cigar in one hand, whiskey in another. Some lady, like, stroking on his cue ball noggin, blah, 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 right? Oh, Yul Brynner, one of these days, that lifestyle will catch up to you. Well, no, Jim Fix, dead as well. Right? as Jim Fix, would you look at it and be like, well, shit, maybe. So instead, right, like, let's just consider, right? I'm Bill Hicks, and I'm dead now. Smoking didn't kill me. A bunch of non-smokers beat the shit out of me after a show. I tried to run, they were faster than I. I tried to hide, they heard me wheezing. They also smelled me. Yeah, I know I messed up the line of like they also smelled me. It's a good bit though. Bill Hicks is my favorite comedian of all time. They needed to hear that Bill Hicks routine, okay? Shit. Did you hear them laughing through the wall? Is that how that worked? Bill Hicks does that to people. I get it. Oh, Yul Brenner, your lifestyle will catch up to you one of these days. Oh, man. Yeah, like, Bill Hicks has some amazing routines in which he, like, really blows it with, like, one or two, like joke threads. There's not a single Bill Hicks routine that is, like, gold all the way through. He does tend to ruin it with, like, one bit. But he starts off the bit really well. One of my favorite bits of it is like, and if you've ever listened to Tool, you know the bit I'm about to talk about. I think drugs have done good things, right? If you don't think drugs have done good things for society, I want you to take every album that you love and cherish and care about, go home, take every album and burn it. Because every artist that has enriched your lives throughout the years, real fucking high on drugs. Right? They had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake. Hey Ringo, come on down now. Yoko's gone. We can party again. We all live in a yellow submarine? Are you kidding me? Right? The artists that speak out against drugs, like, we're women, we're against drugs, and we drink Coke. Oh, boy, they suck. Right? Like, dude, it's so good. It's such a good routine. What I want to hear is a good news story about drugs. Today, a young man on acid realized that we are all merely energy condensed to a slow vibration. We're all the imagination of ourselves, and there's no such thing as death. Right? I'd love to hear that. Instead, it's always like the asshole, like, oh, some jerk jumped from a 3-story building thinking he could fly. What an asshole! If he could fly, why didn't he take off from the ground? Here's Tom with the weather, right? Like, yeah, it's like, I mixed up the order of those things, but it's such a good Bill Hicks routine. It's really good. If I could at least turn one person on to Bill Hicks as a comedian, I have done my job today. And that is enriching the lives of the people around me. That's my job. I think we did it. I think we got there. Nailed it. All right, let's keep copying and pasting some of these descriptions for methods. Oh, Billy Connolly. I really like Billy Connolly as an actor. I don't know his stand-up routine, though. I will say, I feel like Billy Connolly falls into the same vein as, I'm gonna forget his name. The guy that played Bernard on Black Books, right? Dylan Moran. I feel like Billy Connolly falls into the Dylan Moran version of, like, stand-up routines in comedy, where they basically just talk about their life, they're chilling, and then every once in a while they're funny. It's more just like, I don't know if you've ever seen John Leguizamo's stand-up routine from back in the day. Very similar. He just tells a story, and then every once in a while he's entertaining. Yeah, so Bill Connolly, Dylan Moran, John Leguizamo, they all have very similar, like, stand-up routines, and it's barely stand-up, you know? The majority of the show is not actually jokes. I'm not saying it's bad for that reason. I'm just saying, like, if you're expecting, like, a US-style stand-up comedian, it's not the same thing. Bill Hicks will make you laugh every 5 minutes. You know? For sure. That was his shtick. That's what he's good at. Billy Connolly, Dylan Moran, etc., they're more like storytellers, which I think is like a valid niche for comedy. I think that's actually really cool and awesome. But it's not the same thing. At all. Alright, so yeah, alright. You're backing up. I have never watched Billy Connolly, but I at least am familiar enough that, like, yeah, no, he's not a stand-up comedian. He's a stand-up storyteller that incorporates comedy into his stories. Same thing with Dylan Moran, same thing with John Leguizamo, same thing with like even the dude that wrote The Office, right? God, why am I spacing on his name? Ricky Gervais, right? Very much so, like, they're just storytellers that mix comedy into the story. And it's like a totally different style of comedy. Like, fundamentally different from Bill Hicks or George Carlin or, like, dude, like, so many, like, US-based comedians. Like, it's a fundamentally different comedian style. I love comedy, and I love stand-up, and I will happily watch all that stuff. But there's a big difference. Like, you're gonna have a hard time putting Bill Hicks on in the background if you've never listened to that routine, because he will take your attention the entire time. Whereas, like, Dylan Moran, I could absolutely put Dylan Moran on the background of me, like, working, and every once in a while I might, like, chuckle. Like, Dylan Moran's lucky if he gets a chuckle out of me. I will rarely laugh out loud about it, you know? Very different styles of, like, a show. It's less like a stand-up routine and more a show at that point. Single person show? Sure. Totally different thing. I love chatting about this stuff. I know I'm, like, bleeding viewers because of it, but fuck it, whatever. We're here on a Friday hanging out. Can't please everybody. So hold on, let me look at what we're doing here. We need to document the should function, which we've done, but the shoulds like custom string function is different. Just chillin', dog. Yeah, you're the man now, dog. Honestly, I'm happy to have you just chillin', hanging out. Appreciate you, Tech. Like, appreciate you, Travie, Mr. Sir. Yeah, like... Streaming is my favorite thing to do besides snowboarding, and really, like, due to climate change, snowboarding is having, like, fewer and fewer days in which I can just, like, engorge myself with snowboarding, you know? It's getting worse and worse, man. So streaming is, like, filling that void, for sure. Good to be able to work, and it's been hectic. Oh, that's a bummer, Travie. Ah, dude. Hectic work is the worst work because it makes you less efficient. Because you're, like, randomized because of it, you know? Dude, yeah, that sucks. Oh, that's a bummer. And Four Wheel, I consistently make you giggle and laugh, and that's hard to do. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Like, dude. This is my favorite part. I love streaming and chatting and hanging out. I think it's so weird to me that people don't get that, right? They're like, why'd you start streaming? Why do you stream? Like, what do you gain from it? Everything. I gain everything from it. Like, it's so hard to, like, qualify and quantify exactly what I gain from streaming. I gain everything from it. Streaming has made me such a better software dev. It's crazy. Like, it's massively crazy to me that people don't even, like, realize the value you get from it. Like, that blows my mind. Like, holy shitballs, dude. Streaming is the #1 most important thing that has made me who I am as a developer. I know, like, yeah, I was doing Rust and Go and blah, blah, blah before I started streaming. No one cared. No one gives a shit. No one cared until I put on the mask. Or actually took off the mask. I don't know how to phrase that better, but, like, seriously, it's like a Batman thing at this point. You know? By being able to chat and hang out with like-minded individuals and make connections with people in the industry just anyway, like, oh my god, like, yeah, streaming is the single most influential thing in my entire life at this point. It should be obvious, but you wouldn't expect it, you know? Expectations are actually problematic anyway, right? But man, just building in public and being able to talk about the thing you're doing and why you're doing it is practice for interviews, etc. Like, it's, oh man. Building in public and streaming it and all that stuff. My favorite thing besides snowboarding. And really, snowboarding is becoming like a thing of the past just due to climate change and all that bullshit. So, right? Like, realistically, what we're doing right now is my future, and I am so pumped on it. Oh, that's the best. What's the biggest thing software dev... Hold on. While streaming made me learn or improve upon? Explaining what I'm doing as I do it. So, Cake, here's the biggest thing. You all require me to say what I'm doing as I'm doing it. Otherwise, I get major, like, pushback about, like, hey, just do this or just do that. No, I just need to announce what I'm doing as I'm doing it. And that is a thing that seems obvious and easy, but it's not as easy as you think it is. Have you ever been on, like, a Twitch stream where someone's doing software dev, but they're just developing software as if there's no one in the audience? That stuff sucks. Like, they're like the worst stream you'll ever encounter. I could name someone, but that would be toxic of me. It's mainly the people that are building a thing that don't care if anyone watches, but they decided to go live for a reason anyway. Like, God, I could totally name someone whose stream I think fucking sucks because they don't interact with the viewers. They don't even treat it like they're live. It's like they're just recording video and they decided to just click a go live button, you know? I hated every moment of their content. When I don't hate them anymore, I can just hate their content. Streaming requires effort. I know, and there are many streams that are like what I describe, and it's just simply because they don't know that the interaction is the fundamentally most important part of streaming. If you don't know that, and you're just treating it like a YouTube where you're creating content, and that's it, and the interaction doesn't matter, you shouldn't live stream that and just record it instead. You're gonna have better results. You will actually turn people off of your entire content if you don't respond to them like a human being, right? And yeah, how's it going, Pyro, Mr. Sir? So yeah, Cake, does that help explain it a bit? Have I ever thought about streaming live to Twitter? I've considered it, but I just think it's different, right? You can't see the video. I guess there is live streaming video-wise to Twitter. I haven't seen that at all. I'd rather just do like a Twitter space where maybe we're live on stream doing the Twitter space. I could do that. That's fine. In fact, dude, it's a Thursday. Is Jacob M.G. Evans going right now on Twitter? I didn't even look. Nah, he's probably done already. So I get that. That's fine. In my opinion, spaces are valuable. Live streaming to Twitter? Meh. Just a big old meh. Like, I don't think so. So the interaction is quite hard. You tried it once or twice like a year or two ago. It was honestly quite hard switching between writing code and interacting with chat. So like a person would pop up and you'd be in the zone. You have to pull yourself out of the zone to try and explain what they're asking and then try and get back into the zone. It was hard. So Cake, I think the biggest thing there is you are massively overvaluing being in the zone, in my opinion. Again, you can disagree, and I don't care. That's fine. The zone benefits from something you can do in a vacuum. If you're doing anything that values external input, the zone is actually like a problem. It's over 9,000. Yeah, no. So I think that's the biggest gist. Like, worrying about being in the zone actually makes you miss out on the fact that some of these questions people ask you as you're doing things in the zone saves you from having to write code that you're gonna have to undo later anyway. When you're in the zone, you might hammer out a bunch of just BS code that you're gonna refactor and remove. Could someone like stop you earlier and you don't have to write that BS code? That is so much more valuable. Like, so much more valuable. Any code you don't have to write is code, like, that's like a major like performance improvement because you could talk it out before you end up writing the bad code, you know? Yeah, BS code will work, and that's fine, but you can actually improve it in the moment with a viewer critiquing you in the moment. And yes, can it be annoying? For sure. You need to like really help establish like the boundaries of what is worth shouting out and what isn't. Hey, do I have a typo in a comment I wrote? Let me deal with that typo in time. I'll probably see it anyway. But am I writing something in a way that is hard to maintain? You can shout that out immediately. And I will gain value from that. No problem. Right? So there's like guidelines to the value you get versus the things you should ignore. Cake. Oh my, hold up. Let me just point out that diagram that you needed to draw for that person in stream. You know what? That diagram is absolutely useful for any other dev that would be consuming what you wrote, or for maybe like a PR meeting, or like a just weekly stand-up kind of thing, right? That thing that you were forced to document is actually massively more valuable the more you use it. And diagram as in a flowchart, or diagram as in like how these services tie together, like architecture-wise. No matter what, that type of visualization helps you understand it better too. You might have it up here in your head, but what if you disappeared? Could someone jump into your project and take over? Without those diagrams? No. No, I get it, Cake. There are absolutely times where I feel like I was less productive because of stream. However, you need to look at it as a cost-benefit analysis in the aggregate. In the aggregate. So did they slow you down on one task? Maybe. Are you sped up because of their input in other tasks? I mean, dude. The value is clear at that point. So yeah, they're forcing you to actually rationalize and think about these things from an external viewpoint. And at that point, documentation and diagrams and things to explain it to someone else, you're gonna have to do that anyway if you're at a large enough organization where you need to be able to hand things off. So you should actually look at it as a benefit. Like, oh my God, the things that I just needed to like document, oh bummer, they forced you to document it. Woe is you. No, that's actually a benefit. You get to have chat tell you about that before you expose it to someone who actually cares. Bummer. Oh, woe is you. So yeah, I don't know, Cake. I'm just pointing that out. I don't think that's actually a problem. I think it's a benefit that you think slows you down, but being slowed down by it is actually a good problem to have because it forces you to document it in a way that someone else could jump in. And that's something that most of us as devs totally ignore until the moment we have to document something. It's easier to document in the moment than it is after the fact, for sure. Like 1,000%. So, I don't know, Cake. I'm just gonna throw it out there. You should probably start streaming. And keep in mind, you're not gonna have a bunch of people pushing back on what you're writing immediately. You need to build an audience, you know? Sure, Cake, I get that, right? But even then, as you're building things, there are things that you might need to comment that someone would chime in on. Like, there's just so much to think about. The majority of software is not actually about writing code, it's about reading code, so can you make it easier to read for someone else? And typically in a Twitch stream or YouTube stream or whatever, if you have enough people watching, someone will chime in saying, hey man, I don't understand that. Can you explain it better? And your explanation should probably become a document, or at least a comment, right? Bim bam boom, problem solved. Yeah, I get that four wheel. Like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, man. For sure. After a while, you end up with a ticket and you just kind of steamroll it, right? But like, as you're steamrolling it, there are definitely like things you have to consider that were not part of the initial like spec or whatever, right? How do you actually annotate the parts of the spec that were not included? Twitch chat can help you figure that out, you know? Yeah, I fundamentally think that most, especially like open source companies, should develop in public, right? Build in public. There's a lot of value there. And yeah, I got the lemonades in me, and it's already 7 p.m. We're not done yet, so let's keep copying and pasting. Like, you know, let's do some of this BS. Where you work, they will fire you for failing to document. I mean, I feel like you should at least get like a PIP, like performance improvement plan first. That said, if you're ever put onto a performance improvement plan, you should be looking for a new job immediately. It's all they're doing. It's like the bare minimum effort for them to like fire you without having to like rationalize it properly. So yeah, if you're ever put on a performance improvement plan, you should be interviewing elsewhere as soon as possible. Hope you know that. Is what it is. It's fine. Ooh, like is it literally called a PIP, or is it something different? Oh, so if you're asking about the elixir, so for the most part, right, the exclamation point signifies that this thing could theoretically throw, right? It could bubble up an error. The question mark means that it returns a Boolean. So it's basically like some common conventions that make it easier to read and understand the APIs that you might see. So yeah, sync flags could totally bubble up an exception. Whereas should, yeah, we should be consuming any exception and just returning a Boolean, you know? It is just a convention. It has nothing to do with the language itself, and it's more about just being like idiomatic or whatever. And I know that's like a terrible like BS-y term, but it does matter. Yeah, it's barely documented, for sure. There's no negative, like no one's gonna complain. I don't even know if there's a linter about it. But if you follow these conventions, it makes your code easier to reason about. It makes your API easier to reason about, for sure. It's an elixir thing for sure. I'd love it if other languages did it too. That'd be really cool. Because we don't have ternaries in Elixir, yeah, question mark doesn't mean anything. So it's really up to like the reserved keywords and things like that. But yeah, how you doing, Andrew, Mr. Sir? I feel like I haven't seen you for a while. I'm gonna look now. I apologize. All right, we saw you like a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it's not that bad, actually. Nah, never mind. Hasn't been that long at all. Yeah, my bad, my bad. In other langs, you would use like the prefix of like is, should custom, is, should, or whatever, right? Yeah, I just think it's like the is can be abused. I like is to be related to like just the primitive of the Boolean, you know? And then a function is like should, like it's a question instead, right? But again, like, that's something that you have to learn and embrace, and it's different for every code base, and like, blah, 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 right? Who knows? Whereas with Elixir, if you see a question mark at the end of a method, you know it's returning a Boolean. That's just it, right? If you break that, you're messing up. You are massively messing up. Nothing's going to prevent you from doing so because Elixir just allows you to do whatever. Should I use should? Well, technically, the root function is should, right? We can't just do a bare question mark. Correct? Like, that would be weird. So instead, should is the baseline, and then should custom int, or whatever. Like, you know, it's Elixir, so we don't need the should custom int. But really, like, should versus should custom have fundamentally different things that they're focusing on, and the top level of should, I would expect to just work this way. Should custom ends up meaning like, well, yeah, could we just do custom? Maybe, but it misses the fact that should custom is a subset of should. So I think instead the prefix there matters and means something. Again, no matter what, like, none of this stuff means anything unless you attach value to it. We can do whatever we want. So Rumble, this is purely an Elixir thing, right? That's an Elixir convention. I don't think you can do it in JavaScript because the question mark is actually like a protected keyword at that point for ternaries, right? So for Elixir, the question mark as a suffix means something. The exclamation point as a suffix means something. But they're just conventions. They don't actually like change anything. So I really like convention-based development that doesn't force you down a route. If you want to name this stuff anything you want, go for it. I don't care. Doesn't affect my life in any way. As long as I see these patterns, I know what's going on. And if not, well, I got to read a bunch of docs. Whatever. That's fine. I've seen worse. I've seen way worse. But again, very good question there, Andrew, for sure. Yeah, my opinion is that I don't think you can do just a raw question mark. So instead, you need a prefix of some kind. And should as a prefix is totally fine. Ooh. I don't think so, Andrew. What we're looking at with Elixir is really like a niche. Elixir itself is a niche. So I would expect nothing to be done about this, right? Maybe there's something, and I would trust Ryan Winchester. If you're not familiar with Ryan, he's great. Yeah, he kills it. And what's up, Lana Walking? How you doing? I really hope this is the right channel. Damn it, nope. Dismiss, fuck. Yeah, that's not it. It's got an underscore on it. Fuck, man. It's so close. Who took his name? Right? Like, what a dick. What an asshole. Whoever took Ryan Winchester's name, what a fucking dick. Could it be Funk or Funk? I don't know. Andrew, I'm not sure. I have no idea. I don't think any of those things actually matter. You could add, like, any character you want there, because I don't think they're syntactically, like, different. Ooh, so Andrew, I don't know Zig. I'm not sure. I have no idea. Oh, that was not it. Damn it. Right, that was the wrong post. Shout out Ryan Winchester underscore. There we go. Damn it, 13 seconds. Motherfucker. Are we good? There you go. So if you're looking to understand Elixir in a major way, he knows way more about Elixir than I do, for sure. Because again, I'm not a fanboy. I don't give a shit. It's just a language to me, personally. I'm not saying look down upon him because he's a fanboy. He's a fanboy, that's fine. Who cares? I don't give a shit. Like what you like, do what you do. Doesn't affect me. Just don't be a dick on my stream about it. And we're good. And I think that's where Ryan and I finally agree, right? Just don't be a dick about it. You know? He's not here to back himself up, so I don't want to talk too much about it. So, I don't know, Lana Walking, like, just chill, please. All right, let's keep doing what we're doing. Yeah. Elixir is too hard? It isn't. Like, Frackery, come on, man. You got this. You got this. Like, Elixir reports the errors so fast that you can you can just fix it. Like, come on. You got this. I fully agree that you got this, right? I see the kappa. Were you just joking? Sure. Alright. But man, like... You don't need monads in Elixir either, man. Maybe that's what you're saying, Andrew. I gotcha. My bad. My bad. It's a functional language in which you don't have to care about what a monad is. That's an awesome functional language at that point, right? Am I understanding what you meant by your statement there, Andrew, or do you mean something totally different? All right, where are we at? We're at the should function. All right, so yeah, we are at the should function and should custom int. Oh wait, I feel like I messed that up. There we go. So should custom int. Hold on, wait, did we do should custom string? We didn't. All right, so this is the part. Frackery, like, Crystal seems fine. Elixir will have types. Like, I don't think Crystal is worth it at this point. Just write pure Elixir and move on with your day. You'll fail out as quick as possible and just fix it, you know? CLI calling apps in Elixir, and it just doesn't seem practical. I mean, I don't know, man. Agree to disagree. Not an argument I want to have because I don't know enough, so I'll trust you that maybe you have good reasons to push back. I don't know enough to counter those reasons, so whatever. Yeah, you're probably right. Whatever. For me, Elixir's fine. Whatever. I want to finish documenting what we've done in the main case first. I gotta pee. Damn it, I want to make sure I try and raid Acorn, but I feel like... Oh, shit. Alright, hold on. Keyboard's doing its thing. I need to use the restroom. Acorn's actually, like, right at, like, the moment they would, like, stop doing it, too. So, yeah. I want to raid Acorn again, but I feel like we'd be at the point where, like, they're just finishing. And they're probably going to raid us here in, like, a little bit. No judgment if they don't, but, yeah, I gotta pee. I gotta massively pee. My bladder is like this tiger. It's got things to think about, and it's gotta pee, man. So I dropped a keyboard because reasons. All right,
Thanks for the
so I
support.
definitely have food to
Acorn
cook
1010,
at some
known as
point.
the Nutty
Am
Guardian,
I going to do
is
that
an
right now?
eccentric
Oh my
superhero
god,
with
did
the
I just
power
get
of plant
raided?
manipulation.
I did.
Their
All right,
origin
how you
story
doing,
lies
Acorn?
in a small,
Cheers.
enchanted forest where they stumbled upon a mystical acorn.
Ooh,
Upon
the
touching
bot's
it, they
doing a
gained the
thing.
ability to communicate with plants and control their growth. Now, Acorn 1010 uses their powers to protect nature and fight against deforestation. They can rapidly grow vines, summon thorny barriers, and command entire forests to aid them in battle. The Nutty Guardian, with their strong connection to nature,
the Nutty
is a fierce
Guardian.
defender of the environment.
So, how do you like that bit? You're the first raid that we've had actually like speak out to the name. Was that cool? Yeah, for sure. You can implement it yourself. You would have to sign up for Vappy and do your own thing, because I don't want to pay for you and all the people that raid you, because man, that would have cost me like $1 already today from like the raids you got, because I was lurking on like all of them. I feel like I lurked every single person that raided you today. Right? Isn't it weird how like you end up being like the funnel for every raid in general? Like sometimes, not always, right? But if you stream often enough, somehow like it all like works, you know? Like it all like funnels together. Like you get like 5 raids in a day that you wouldn't have expected, and you didn't see them the entire previous like couple weeks, whatever, right? Yeah, that's one of those things. It's like really cool. But yeah, I'm really glad you liked it. I'm stoked that you got to hear it while I was away, and that's even better. Like, that's awesome. Oh, that's so cool. So yeah, feel free. That's a bot I made just last week. Any streamer can use it. You're gonna have to sign up for your own Vappy account for it if you want to do it, but you just saw what it's capable of. I got some examples for like the superhero or supervillain thing. If you have other examples you want me to add to it, I can do so. Like, that sounds great. And yeah, I'm looking forward to gaming tomorrow. Wink. But yeah, that was fun. Thank you so much for the raid, Acorn. Like, you're the best. Yeah, for sure. Hold on. I have not done the shout-out stuff yet, because automating that makes it feel like way grosser. Like, yeah, I could just automate everything, but then like there's less value to it, you know? It's less like organic and cool. So yeah, there you go. Bam! Yeah, thank you for the raid, Acorn. I'm now lurking myself, by the way, because I was totally lurking your stream. You know, because I said something, etc. But, yeah. Who do I go lurk next? That's the hard part. I think the Coppinger. Yeah. I'm gonna go lurk the Coppinger. But yeah, how was your stream? So you're doing pool stuff. 8-ball pool fixes. Was it actually 8-ball specific, or is it just pool specific? And are you gonna have like 9-ball eventually? Are you gonna do like other pool versions of pool? You can do like snooker, which is totally different as far as I know, but I'm not sure. All right, so right, I said it, but you were actually already typing it before I even said the names of the things, so I get that. That's awesome. Yeah, good call. Cheers. That sounds great. I don't know if you've ever seen it. There's a show called The Increasingly Poor Decisions of Todd Margaret. What up, Space Case? How you doing? So I would say check out this show if you're into UK comedy, etc. Like, it's really good. Like, oh, it's so good. It is so good. I think it's only 2 seasons, so it's like 12 episodes to watch. But it's really good, and I don't want to spoil anything by showing the rest of like the gist. It is worth checking out for sure. For Sure. There's a bit where he tries to, like, contract a pool player. Technically snooker. Snooker. No, it's not snooker, it's snooker. Come on, man, get it right. And he gets, like, beat up because he keeps pronouncing it wrong. And that's, like, the least bit of the show that matters. So, yeah, you should absolutely watch it because I didn't spoil shit. I really like the show, though. You got into British drama watching Sherlock and Doctor Who? Oh, I mean, if you like, hold on, real quick there, Space Case. The absolute best, like, British, like, drama but comedy show, like, comedy, drama, whatever, like, mixture I've ever seen is, is it Discoverists? Nah, Detectorists. That's it. Oh, this one's so good. If you like British, like, dramedy, this is the best British dramedy I've seen in ages. And I love British comedy and just British humor in general. This is the absolute best British dramedy I've ever seen. I can't qualify it any better than that. It is the absolute best British dramedy I've ever seen. If I could turn even one person onto this show, I've won. I did exactly what I needed. And it's on Acorn TV. Are you kidding me? That is so serendipitous. Holy shit. So I don't know what they're showing right there, but oh my god. They just mentioned Acorn TV? Holy shit. Dramedy is comedy mixed with drama or drama mixed with comedy. Four-wheel gator, if you're not aware, right? The icons that describe drama and comedy are actually, like, fundamentally tied together because drama and comedy are actually just separated by the delivery of the message. They're actually the same thing. And that's been a thing for ages. Yeah, if you look at it, there's, like, the image of drama and comedy, and it's like the mask with, like, crying and the mask with, like, laughing, and they're actually fundamentally, like, tied together. Drama and comedy are actually, like, the distance between them is less than most people would think. For sure. Drama and comedy are fundamentally tied together. And the only difference is how it's delivered. It's why 10 Things I Hate About You is actually super entertaining because it's based upon a major drama called The Taming of the Shrew. The Taming of the Shrew is not a comedy. It may have, like, a joke or two. But realistically, 10 Things I Hate About You is a comedy-driven version of the same Shakespeare story. Right? And it's, like, so fundamentally, like, the same thing, but just totally different. There we go. All right. Thank you, Four Wheel. I appreciate that. Yeah. Four Wheel's roommate. Thank you. Appreciate the backup. Hell yeah. And yeah, Four Wheel, just chiming in and remembering, right? You're the person that said you watch stream and use me as, like, the thing to increase, like, the noise floor wherever you live, right? Was that you? Was that someone else? I might have mixed you up. I was editing that video together earlier. That was you. All right, perfect. Just making sure. I've mixed that up before. So yeah, no, I fundamentally like agree with all that stuff. Yeah, for sure, man. The reason I even think about it is like, yeah, I was like dealing with that earlier today. I was editing that video together for like the, hey, here's my take home. Here's what I did. Check it out. All right, someone asked, what is Acorn? Not the streamer Acorn. I believe Acorn TV is like maybe like a UK TV show that has bought the rights to Detectorists. I don't know. Maybe it's like the production studio. I have no idea. Like, no clue. This show is amazing. 1000%. This is my favorite recent British TV show. And you will recognize a bunch of these actors from all sorts of stuff. Four Wheel, I have not sent that to them. It is taking longer to edit than I expected. It's like some stoner recorded 20 plus hours of content, and now someone has to go like comb through it to make it more entertaining, or at least like watchable. Where like he's not ranting at people randomly throughout it. So yeah, I have 4 streams worth of content that I need to like cut and crop and somewhat make worth watching, you know? That's more effort than I expected to put in. But again, I would love to like chat with them about it and like, you know, show them the parts that I think are valuable. But yes, man. Yeah. That's the best way I can phrase it. So yeah, Acorn, did you, like, if you're still out there, did you like that bot? Like, honestly, anyone can use that bot. And I think, tie it up to what you're doing, you can make extra money from it. Like, it's charge a minimum of $1. It costs 10 cents to do, like, the announcement. And then you're making 90 cents on the deal. But people are still getting, like, entertainment value and not just donating to you. Which is still, like, their own win in its own right, but you can, like, incentivize it otherwise. So, yeah, good shit. Really proud of it. Thing we made last week. Whatever. I need to finish documenting all of these endpoints within my Go SDK before I will allow myself to stop streaming today. So it's already almost 8 o'clock. I keep getting distracted in the best way. I'm fine with it. I'll be here tomorrow for sure. I also never thought it would take 20 plus hours to do. Yeah, exactly, Four Wheel. I thought it was gonna be fast. And then, you know, it took like actually making it like good. I could have hacked it out quick and had a thing, but I wanted to make it better. And maybe that's the thing that the company would push back on. Like, it took too long to make this proof of concept. I'm sorry, like, if you take shortcuts on your proof of concept, the people consuming your API will do so as well. And then they're screwed when they run into a bug with it, right? So, yeah, the shortcuts are never actually worth it, in my opinion. Oh, lol, Delta. I appreciate that raid. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. We have the bare minimum for our chatbot at 10. Is there anyone that wants to gift lol Delta a sub? No pressure if not. No one's expected to do so. If you were ever thinking about donating a sub to the stream, I mean, gift it to lol delta instead. But no pressure, not a big deal. How you doing, lol delta? Let's shout you out at least. Bare minimum. Like, that's the minimum effort we could put in. And I don't even follow you yet. Well, shit, that was easy. Nailed it. You were doing React Native screens, Java backend. Oh, cool. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of Jamin Holmgren, who does like React Native content. He operates the company Infinite Red. Like, they do all sorts of really cool open source stuff for React Native. I assume you've heard the name of Infinite Red at the bare minimum, right? Really cool. They run Chain React, etc. Like, really cool conference for React Native stuff. Yeah, like, awesome. I'm a huge fan of React Native. I don't have enough projects that would benefit from using it, so that's a different thing. But glad you're using it, glad you're doing it. What you up to? Like, yeah, let's chat. If you want, if you had to go, I get that too. But yeah, just let me know. I'm going to continue documenting my Go SDK in the meantime. It was a good stream. Perfect. Yeah, I'm glad I gave you a follow. I haven't seen your stream before. Awesome. Let me do this. He hasn't streamed on Twitch for a long time, but... yeah, that's the dude. If you're not aware, and if you're doing React Native in any significant way, definitely make sure you check out the stream I just shouted out to, right? He doesn't stream that much. He has a YouTube channel that he's trying to promote more, which makes sense. I get it. But he is very heavily invested into the React Native ecosystem. Yeah, no worries, lol delta. I do everything, right? I'll do Rust, I'll do React, I'll do Elixir. I don't give a shit. Like, I am, again, it's a little conceited to say so, I am maybe the most full stack engineer on Twitch. I don't mean at Twitch, because I don't work there. But as, like, you know, software and game dev goes in the category, I might be the most full stack engineer in the entire, like, group. If anyone wants to challenge that statement, that's fine. We can do that. I don't mind. Exactly, four wheel. Like, I am a polyglot at my core. So yeah, I just want to make stuff. That's the entire thing. I just want to make stuff. You might not watch all of them, but think about it this way. Do you know a single streamer that would challenge me on that statement? I don't think so. I don't think there's anyone that would want to challenge me on, like, the polyglot nature of development, you know? Yeah. I can't think of a single dev that would actually want to challenge that statement. Yeah, just make the job happen. Do what you gotta do. Use whatever tech makes the most sense. Build a thing that solves a problem. And then voila! Is it the language you're used to? Maybe not. But you can do it. It's so easy. Like, you can totally do it. Good ideas are portable. That's my favorite way of describing this. It applies more to, like, front-end framework stuff, which is why TanStack router, or like TanStack, whatever the other things they make are useful as well. Like, because they are framework agnostic, they're just tools that work. TanStack query, etc. Yeah, any TanStack thing out there at all, being agnostic, is actually the fundamental thing to recognize, because you can like the good ideas of TanStack are portable, and it just requires a little bit of like wrapping, you know? So yeah, for sure. Fundamentally, that's how I feel about it too. So I'm glad, I think you think the same way. Ah, so you're like a freelance developer, right? Is that correct there, lol delta? So if you're freelance, you only learn something when you need to learn it. And I get that, that's fine, right? You can recognize the patterns, but if no one's paying you to do it, right? It's like a fuzzy reason to do so. So yeah, software consultant for companies, I get that, totally fine. But if a company doesn't need it, why would you learn it? And that's fine. I understand that. Learning functional programming languages made me better with object-oriented languages, made my code easier to test, etc. So I do think there is value still, but if you're familiar with like functional programming, it becomes less valuable because you're already familiar with like the patterns. And the patterns are the part that is like broadly applicable. So I helped you learn coding during the pandemic and now you work in tech? Dude, that's awesome, GoRath. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah, learning Rust made you better at writing Node. Absolutely. Yeah, space case. 1000%. I agree with that statement 1000%, for sure. I can make it 1,000,000%. It's really approaching constant valuable, right? For sure, four-wheel. Yeah, I really appreciate those like chiming in. Yeah, learning a new language will make you better at the languages you think you already know. That's huge. Right? Some languages will give you more benefit than others, but again, you get context that you can't even buy, you know? I should probably try and write a book at some point about like what I'm really trying to like get out there, but I don't read books. Why would I write one? No thanks. I read science fiction novels. Not the same thing. You're gonna lurk. Yep, yeah, I appreciate the raid. Like, honestly, like, thank you. Oh, Brett, Mr. Sir. Aw, dude. Brett, you have one of the most entertaining game streams I've ever seen, man. Like, dude, you do that so well. You make it so fun. Oh, like, seriously, hold up. I'm gonna shout out Brat, but it is not what you're expecting. Brat excels at playing games that are too stressful for you to play. Yeah, getting over it and, like, games like that. Brat, you made getting over it look actually fun. I'll never play it myself, hell no. I don't have time in my life for that stress, but you actually made it look fun and I'm really like thinking about it still. I could do it, but I can't. I know that, like at my core. A special piece of trauma. Yeah, but dude, like outside of that, you're really good at that type of content, if that makes sense. Like, the zombie game, right? Zomboid, right? Project Zomboid. You make that look really fun too. Man, Brett, like, what you've done with some of those games that are extremely stressful and making them look fun, really cool, man. Really cool. As a fellow, like, beanie connoisseur, I'm happy to pay that forward and just, like, let you know that, yeah, you're like an inspiration gaming-wise. You know that, right? The way you approach some of these stressful games and just like let it be, dude, that is an inspiration. I have watched a bunch of those streams. I love that content, man. And you make it seem approachable. That's huge. Like, I'm gonna cheers that right now. Thank you for that. Yeah, making Project Zomboid actually look fun is a skill. Because, I mean, I've chatted with Atoda from Alt F4 stream, and he hated it. He hated it, right? Because, like, the mechanics suck, don't they? Like, the mechanics of Project Zomboid could be massively improved. It's like a 30-year ago, like, interaction, you know? It's so weird how, like, clunky it is. Right, but you made it work, and you made it entertaining, and that's, like, the biggest part to me. I trust Atoda for his instincts on all sorts of stuff, more so than I even trust myself at that point. I trust Atoda's opinion of Project Zomboid more so than I trust my own, for sure. So yeah, you can't hate anyone, but low-key, I saved you over COVID for learning programming and making it fun and communal and like a communal, yeah, for sure, man. Like, dude, I didn't do nothing. I streamed making projects. The fact that you took something from it, that's on you. So I appreciate that feedback, 1000% too. But you did that. I didn't do nothing. I just streamed. That was the easiest part. If you can stream Project Zomboid successfully, you're a very good streamer. And Brett, that's like pretty much exactly what I was saying. That's pretty much exactly what I was getting at. You made Project Zomboid fun when playing it is way less fun, you know? Super cool. So yeah, again, I streamed building things and making it exciting and fun, which was inspirational. Yeah, I'll take that. I can take a compliment, I swear. I'm bad at taking compliments. I'll admit that. I will accept that, though. Thank you. I can say thank you. I can simply just say thank you. Do I agree? I don't know. I mean, come on, man. But can I simply just say thank you? Absolutely. For sure. I think there are other people that build things that are also just as inspirational. So I can't claim credit. Can't do that. I just like making stuff. So hold on, Brett. Have you seen the thing? Have you seen what we made? The thing. What it requires is someone to donate 100 bits or subscribe or resubscribe to stream. But you can hear it in effect as you see fit. Anyone out there willing to like do the thing? I could probably gift like a Brat like a sub. I could probably make that happen. I think that would work. I'm down. Anyone else want to do it before I do it? Up to you. No stress. I can do it. I can do this. We can do this, man. I wish I could use my Prime sub for someone else. That would be huge. Here we go. So I'm going to gift a sub to Brett. I want to see if it actually works now.
Thanks for the support. The username Brat brings to mind a playful but clever superhero. They probably gained their superpowers of enhanced brain function and agility from an improbable but successful science experiment. Brat uses their brains to concoct brilliant strategies, while their agility helps them escape even the trickiest situations. Their origin story revolves around being a misunderstood genius that decides to use their unique abilities for good. People doubt them due to their playful nature, which adds an element of surprise to their heroism.
Nailed it, didn't it? Holy shit, man. Yeah, if you were a superhero, you'd be that superhero. For sure. That was good. Yeah, I'm into it. Yep. So that was this exact thing. That was a prompt that is available as an example prompt if you want to set it up for your stream, right? Instead, I would say try and encourage your chat to like have a different like thing based upon the game you're playing. For Project Zomboid, imagine this person as a zombie. You could do it. I don't know, man. I have it set for if there is a minimum of 100 bits or a subscription or a resub, also a gifted subscription, which is why I could gift it to you. And then if someone raids me, I also do it. So I eat the cost of a raid, which is basically like 10 cents. Like, it's so cheap. But it's up to me. Like, if you go look at the thing I pasted there, you can configure that yourself. Like, totally fine. Totally fine. Like, do whatever you gotta do, man. Yeah, it was like a really fun thing to make. It's pretty good. I want to make a Twitch extension for it at some point. That is actually tougher and like a different set of constraints to work around, and like building that will be different. But could you imagine that extension in like, you know, some big stream? Right? Like, I don't know. Shit. Cutie Pie or whatever, right? I don't know why that's the only stream I could think of that's like a big stream. What's the dude who's like political, but he's kind of like a jerk and... I don't know. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Hassan. There we go. Right? Hassan could totally use it. No big deal. I really think like the big streamers would benefit from like crafting a bot specifically for them. But again, I'd want to collect that sweet 30% from bits spent on the extension. So I need to make like a bunch of extensions. Spelunky. Oh, Spelunky is basically like Minecraft or Terraria, right? Very similar. So, how does Spelunky differ from Terraria? I think that's the big thing, right? Like, what is the difference between Spelunky and Terraria? I really like Terraria. But yeah, anyone that wants to shout out their sub or some bits, feel free. Yeah, I like money. But yeah, let's... This fucking stoner needs to actually finish this entire part. So, should custom int. Where do we find that one? Ah, son of a bitch. Elixir will not be the language for that, and instead we need to look at the Rust code.
Thanks for the support. Jay, the developer, would be a tech-based superhero using their incredible programming and hacking skills to fight cybercrime and protect the digital world. Their origin story involves a software bug that accidentally granted them technopathic abilities, allowing them to control and communicate with electronic devices. Jay uses their powers to defend against cyber threats and also develops innovative gadgets to aid in their crime-fighting efforts. With a sharp mind and mastery of technology, Jay the developer is a formidable force for good in the digital realm.
That was pretty good, right? There you go, man. Like, was that good? You like it? Thank you for the bits. It is brand new. It's something I made here on stream like a week ago. It's pretty fun, yeah? Yeah, I'm really pumped on it. I'm really stoked on it. I need to make an extension that does this. You're a techno-telepath, right? Duh. Duh. Pretty fun, right? Like, come on. I'm waiting for the Alt F4 stream to chime in at some point, because I really want to know what the Alt F4 stream gets, like, categorized as. Well, what is their superpower? They can close any internet connection as they see fit. Like, I don't know. I'm just bullshitting and stream, like, you know, thinking out loud. Could you imagine Alt F4 stream chiming in with that shit? Oh, that'd be good. Oh, that'd be good. What she says about Prime. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, Prime, the Primogen, or Primogen, depending on how they pronounce it. I'd love to hear their version of that one. And yeah, like, dude, Prime is sitting at a massive amount. He's at 58 months of a sub. I would really hope it does him justice. It was not ready to demo. Yeah. I don't think he did. Hold on. Last weekend, I don't think he did. He rated for like a different thing. He rated like a day or two before. I'm pretty sure. You found out about me because of Prime? Ah, yeah, like Prime's the man, for sure. For sure. No, you're fine for it, Will. Like, don't feel bad. Like, nah, I could be wrong too. Yeah, Prime's the man. He's a good dude. We may not agree on some things, and that's fine. It gets weird when you agree 100% with someone. Like, I don't think we agree 100% on anything. That's fine. That's actually better. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no worries, Space Case. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, Prime's the man. You won't hear me say otherwise. Do we disagree on things? Absolutely. Like, that's part of being human. Yeah, what value would be, like, agreeing with everything someone says? Ugh. The worst, you know? The worst. So, hold on. Everyone joining from whatever, Here's my favorite part where, like, I would bet money that Prime disagrees. I think, yes, I interact with chat in a way that a lot of other streamers don't because, yeah, you know, there's only 70 people here. If I had 1,000 people here, would it be different? Maybe. I don't know, man. I have no idea. But this is my favorite article, my favorite, like, link, etc. that I know Prime would probably push back on. But the idea behind it is, yeah, if you're making a missile and you have a memory leak, could you just double the amount of memory? And then you're done. Problem solved. So yes, this is maybe a thing that would make Prime throw up in his mouth a little bit. That's fine. I get it. No problem. But recognizing the thing you have to make versus like the constraints of what you're making it within is actually what we are tasked with as software devs. If you are not considering the time frame or metrics within like, you know, like the bounds of what you need to release, you're actually not that good of a software dev. Sorry, like, you can be better, you can fix it, you can totally do other things, but if you're not considering the place that you're releasing this code to, and you care about the memory performance of a CLI tool that operates and then dies after one command, you're probably messing up. You probably don't understand the scope of what matters. And that is worth considering if you're actually, like, good at what you do. So yeah, anyway, I love this article. I'll speak it out. The only programs I know of with deliberate memory leaks are those with executions short enough and whose target machines have enough virtual memory space that running out of memory is not a concern. This class of programs includes many student programming exercises and some simple applets and utilities. It includes few, if any, embedded or safety critical systems, when instead we can evaluate it like properly. This sparked an interesting memory for me. I was once working with a customer who was producing onboard software for a missile. In my analysis of the code, I pointed out that they had a number of problems with storage leaks, right? Memory leaks. Imagine my surprise when the customer's chief software engineer said, "Of course it leaks." He went on to point out that they had calculated the amount of memory the application would leak in the total possible flight time for the missile, and then they just doubled that number. They added this much additional memory to the hardware to support the leaks. Since the missile will explode when it hits the target or at the end of its flight, the ultimate in garbage collection is performed without programmer intervention. It's amazing. It's like crazy valuable to recognize the thing that you're building and the context in which it will be used. The amount of time it would take and energy and cost and whatever to fix a memory leaking missile is probably greater than the amount of extra RAM you would add to the hardware, right? The amount of RAM to add to the hardware probably amounted to like a couple dollars. How much time do you think it would take to actually fix the memory leaks? Way more. And then they might even break the code trying to do that. RAM is cheap compared to dev time. That's a very solid and valid save it, right? Now, there are cases where RAM is less cheap. But those are the edge cases. Getting shit done is the most important part of what we do as software developers. At a point in time when you realize you need someone like the Primogen, that is an edge case to software in general. Not every business needs the Primogen. Nope. I'm sorry. It's not a thing. I can't afford to pay him. But instead, could I, write some software that solves a problem? Abso-fucking-lutely. So yeah, that is the gist. Recognize what you're doing versus the cost to the organization about what you're doing. And is perfect being the enemy of good? In many cases, yes. Sometimes, no. If you're on the hot path, no. Perfect is actually important. Most of what we do as software devs is not on the hot path. So instead, write the minimally supportive code and let someone else actually support that code. They are very different problems, and recognize those problems when you need them. Problem solved. Ish. At most organizations, dev time is the most expensive resource you have. And the memory inside of a missile, you can just charge an extra, $100 per missile for a missile that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars? Yeah, that extra $100 is worth it. Just do that. Just add the extra hardware. Hardware is cheaper than software time. Many devs don't realize that. Their time as a developer is more expensive than the hardware they're optimizing around. In many cases. Not every case, of course, because nothing is 100%. But holy shit, man. Understand what you're doing when it's happening and optimize around that. Not the raw metric of how fast is the code. I should almost create like a YouTube channel called just The Practical Dev. In practical cases, you can do all sorts of stuff. The Practical Dev. I feel like someone else already probably has that name, so fuck it, I'll just be CM Griffing still. And then I'm just synonymous with being the Practical Dev anyway, so whatever, no problem. Yeah, when a missile costs $450K, an extra $100 added to the bottom line. So easy, so simple. All right, so Blacks. Yeah, I get you. So when you say what else could go wrong, I mean, you're equating one problem with other problems. Like, Blacks, these things are not actually equal. The fact that you're doing a false equivalency between these things is actually your problem as a software dev. RAM is incredibly cheap. Just double that number, you know? There are other problems where you should care, but the RAM consumed because of a memory leak? For this exact use case? Hell no. Hell no. In a case where it matters, you're right. You're 1,000% right, man. We should listen to what you're saying. But if you're trying to push back on this use case, no. Instead, the takeaway from this is analyze the problem you're trying to solve and solve that problem. Don't try and write perfect software. Perfect software, perfect itself, is the enemy of good. In some cases, good is perfect. And I get that. But that is like an edge case. That's not the common case, right? No matter what, this comes down to us as developers understanding the problem we're trying to solve. If you are simply eschewing the problem you need to solve and you're trying to write perfect software, you're actually not a good developer at that point, because you're eschewing a major portion of what makes you effective as a dev. So yeah, again, Blacks, like what I'm getting at, like for sure, man. I'm not saying this is 1000% the only thing you need to care about. Instead, this is a concern. If your only concern is writing perfect software, you're actually costing your company more money than it should. You need to evaluate the cost of doing it right and perfect versus the cost of doing it good enough. And then evaluating what can you do to support the good enough instead, and what is like the end all be all, like end result cost, right? Which is why my main like comment about this is we need to actually think about the business case of the software we write, not just the technical case of the software. So I hope that makes more sense there, Blacks. I'm not saying like never look at performance. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying look at the problem you're trying to solve and solve that problem in the most economical way possible. And it's not always writing the most performant software. Instead, increasing the hardware around it actually solves that problem sometimes. And recognizing when one is one versus when one is the other, that's what we're actually paid for, because we're experts in that part. Not just being code monkeys. Instead, looking at the business case. So I hope that makes sense. Again, Blacks, you're totally right. I know Prime would push back like, well, no, I've dealt with problems that needed absolute performance. That's fine. That's the edge case of the majority of software ever written, right? That is an edge case. It's not the common case of software. The common case of software is solving problems in the most economical way possible. That's it, right? We need to be actually cognizant of the business case we're solving. If you're purely technical and you don't understand the business case, that's fine, but you'll never actually progress beyond like, mid-level. Because senior engineers need to care about the business case, in my opinion. Again, maybe I don't know. But it's about levels of concern. So yeah, Blacks, like I'd really love to hear what you think about this, because yeah, like I got the people that are regulars here that are definitely like, they're not like yes men, but if I make a good point, they're gonna chime in and say it's a good point. I'd really love to know, like, what do you feel about it otherwise? Do you want to poke holes at what I've been saying? I'm okay with that, because it makes me better understanding the holes someone's gonna poke. Yeah, culture is a very hard thing to get right. Yeah, like culture is really like, it's somewhat simple within a team, but as an organization, culture is a really hard thing to like dial in, for sure. I've worked at a company where someone said all infrastructure must be in Azure. No, and it takes someone pushing back on that to say like, no, the things we want to spin up and do just don't work in Azure right now. It takes someone having the confidence to push back on the norm. And I think that's the most important, like, thing, you know? But yeah, I really like the conversation we've had, etc. We're already at 8:30 p.m., so I should try and figure out, like, food to put in my belly. So, did I finish documenting my Go code? No, we can do that tomorrow. I'm okay with that. Again, yes, blacks, for sure. Yes, if your bad code could erase a city block or make sure, like, or make it to where, like, they don't have electricity for some BS reason, right? Oof, yes, your code should be tested and proper and really valuable at that point. The majority of software is not that level, right? And I think we agree on that. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Just test it in prod. I mean, come on, Rumble Foreskin, no. No. Yeah, I think Blacks and I agree on, like, the things that should be rigorously tested. Absolutely. Power grid? Fuck yeah, test the shit out of it. Okay? There are plenty of things that are not that, though. And then just simply solving the problem at the bare minimum first, and then solving it later, you're actually delivering value. And again, like, you might say, like, well, not performance critical or, like, you know, safety critical things. No, like, a missile still benefits from recognizing, like, hey, is a memory leak a problem? Depends on how much RAM you have, really. And think about that problem in a vacuum, rather than using your preconceived notions of what RAM means and why it's worth it, etc. Right? Every single problem needs to be evaluated in a vacuum, basically. Sometimes it lines up with exactly what you thought it would, but not every time. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad we agree on that. I didn't want to put words in your mouth. I didn't want to, like, rephrase things. I didn't want to, like, undo that. I agree as well, for sure. Yeah, I think we're here to solve problems. If something's not a problem, why waste time trying to solve it? Right? Perfect is the enemy of good. That's a phrase I use often that I still, like, fundamentally agree with. Perfect is the enemy of good. Sometimes. And then sometimes, perfect is, like, the bare minimum. But you need to understand the difference between those situations. If not, you're blowing it. All right, so instead, hold on, let's go raid someone. Yeah. Should we go raid the Coppinger? He's killing it. He's the man. Yeah. We had some really good raids today. Really good conversations. My favorite bit of the entire day was the conversations we had. Like, the learning along the way. The code I write can happen anytime. And could I have done more? Absolutely. stressing about productivity is actually anti-productive. I'm gonna say that right now. So tomorrow I can pick back up and get more stuff productively done, and we're good to go. I need to write more documentation. That is productive. Worrying about getting all of this entire library documented today is counterproductive because I need food, man, and I will be less effective the hungrier I get. Right? So yeah, let's go raid someone. We're gonna go raid the Coppinger. He's a good dude. He's awesome. Is there anyone else anyone would prefer a raid into? I'll take suggestions right now. I'll give it like 10 to 20 seconds or whatever. Is there a stream you would rather raid other than the Coppinger? Anyone out there? Feel free, shout it out. If Sabine was going, right? I know there's some OCaml people out there that would prefer Sabine getting raided. She's not going right now, so, yep. That's their problem. Security Live, are they going right now? Ooh. I know I follow them. Sorry. I don't see them in the list. Okay. Yeah, I could probably refresh and see it. Yeah, Security Live, great stream. They raid here all the time. They're great, for sure. Anyone else that would like to throw their hat in the ring for Security Live versus the Coppinger? We'll just simply throw out that what the Coppinger is doing is more in line with what we do like day to day. He's doing app dev. He's using Supabase, whatever. He's answering questions about why Supabase, right? Super cool, man. Yeah, both are really cool. I'm gonna look for just any single other person saying, let's go raid Security Live instead. Bueller? I could put it to a vote. How about this? Could I shout out Security Live? And then we go raid the Coppinger? I think that's a good, like, halfway. How am I not following them? Oh man, that is me blowing it. Yeah, dude, that is totally me blowing it. I'm sorry. If you end up heading to Security Live, just pass on, like, my bad. I should have followed them ages ago. That's on me. I'm blowing it. We're gonna go raid the Coppinger, though. He's a good dude. He's doing very, like, startup-focused things. So if you're, like, caring about startups in general, he is one of the best places to, like, realize startups. You know, like, we don't see Rox Codes streaming on Twitch nearly as much. I think the Coppinger is filling that void. More so than me, for sure. Oh, Security Live's the man. They shouted me out just now. I feel bad, actually. I should have rated them. Fuck. But again, please, if you're caring about security in general, like, really, like, a WASP, kind of like, whatever, like, all of that stuff, please, go check out Security Live. They're great. They're really awesome. Like, I can't emphasize it enough. They are really sincere and cool, and if you're caring about security itself, it's like a thing you won't see on Coppinger stream. So it's really like a dichotomy. If you care about security-focused dev, Security Live is the place to go. So please, go click that button above. Instead, we're going to head to the Cobbinger, and I should raid security later at some point.